what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that wish to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, January 10th, 2025. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk and high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. It's time. It's time. Look, this is a subject that I've wanted to talk about for a while, with Anna and Jink in particular. I just, like, you know, I didn't realize that Anna was gonna tweet like a monster. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. I didn't realize, look, like, everybody is taking this as a chance to blame the fires on their own least favorite people, right? Anything to get out of, like, acknowledging that we're gonna get more and more of this shit under climate change. This is just the beginning. Any sort of weather pattern or phenomenon that you're, you know, familiar with from the past, like Santa Ana winds, for instance, is going to be potentially magnified under this new environment. And we just gotten started. We are nowhere close to stopping it, right? This is what's breaking my heart, is this should be a moment to wake up. And yet, so many of the purveyors of nightmares are intent on keeping people asleep. And Anna Kasparian, I blame you. You're one of these people. I don't think you started the fires. Much like Billy Joel, you did not start the fire. But what you have done is kept it going and made weather-like events like this more likely to happen more often. And that is by shifting the blame to, let me see, California Democrats, because we want to elect local Republicans. If you're Anna Kasparian and Jink Uger, you really like the local Republican Party. You're big fans. You're big fans, right? So that's your beef. The mayor's not right-wing enough for you, apparently. And no, the mayor is not great, all right? But the problems, complaining about taxes, complaining about money expenditures on the homeless. No complaints whatsoever at the inordinate amount of the city budget that's going to cops. No complaints whatsoever, right? If you had a problem with how the fire department was being funded, it would be a lot more simple to just blame the expenditure on law enforcement. But no, instead, she's blaming... Well, no, she's blaming the mayor on one hand, right? And look, there is a lot of blame to go around, all right? I'm not here to cape for the California Democratic Party. I've got a lot of problems with them. But blaming the mayor for a budget cut of $17 million on budget numbers that are incomplete. It's just like anything, chat, anything to avoid pinning the tail on the donkey. And in this case, I mean the donkey of climate change, not the donkey of the Democratic Party of California. But yeah, just anything she can do to get more Republicans elected locally and coming soon nationally, because she's on that Trump train. She's riding that Trump train. What's up, V? Anna blaming Democrats. Anna blaming anybody but the people responsible. Which, you know, in a large way, are American capitalists. All right, yeah, we got to get going with this tonight because I started a little bit late. Did I start late? I started a little bit late. Oh my God, chat! But I've got the perfect music in mind. Let me see if I can find this. Fucking kidding me? Oh my God, chat, we gotta listen to this. This may be good, this may be bad, but regardless, we're about to experience it together. Are you ready? I feel like I might be ready. I don't want to get too excited. What's going on with that bass? Oh my God, here we go, here we go. Now the question I gotta ask you, chat, is this actually breakcore? I don't know what this is. Oh my God, this is just YouTube. This is somebody's garage band. But I mean, I don't know, I appreciate it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know, chat, what do you think? Should I make it stop? Yeah, drum and bass weather report. That's right. That's what we got tonight. We got the weather report. We got all kinds of crazy weather. You better get used to it. You better get used to crazy weather, okay? You'd be lucky not to have frogs falling from the sky. Snails. It is more drum and bass, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, everybody always mislabels breakcore, or they'll hear stuff and they'll call it breakcore when it's like atmospheric drum and bass. It's a meme. It's a meme, chat. I'm full of them today. Oh my God. Well, there we go. That was interesting. Wait, is there another variant of this? Let's try this one. Oh hell yes. Oh hell yes. Look, chat, I'm trying to do as best as I can to elevate my mood in order to even be able to be functional at this moment. Because the world is so unbelievably effed up. And I'm just holding on for dear life at this point. Trump is officially, as Schmegley just said, a convicted felon. That's true. Okay, I mean, look, I'm here for it tonight, okay? That's my deal. So yeah, we're gonna get into Anna Kasparian, looking at what she tweeted today, looking at what some people have said about it, and also looking at a content creator, whose name I always fuck up. But I've got the video saved tonight, so I'm not gonna lose it. I know what to search at least. Britney Page, there we go. I'm always calling this lady the wrong name, and I apologize. Her name is Britney Page, and well, wait a minute. Let me find out a little bit more about her for you, right? She's a YouTuber first and foremost. But there's got to be more. Britney Page brings her passion for learning to YouTube with new videos released weekly, highlighting her favorite topics in psychology, activism, public policy, and politics. Self-proclaimed lifelong learner, Britney seeks to reinforce the importance of changing one's mind when the evidence changes and when our understanding of the evidence changes. Let's champion lifelong learning together. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. I want to know more about Britney Page's background, because I have a feeling, like public health or something. I don't know. That's just a guess. But yeah, Britney Page has been covering TYT and has been really kind of pissed off by TYT's mischaracterization of a policy called Housing First. Right now, we're going to be talking about homeless policy tonight, and one of the policies that TYT has bemoaned is a policy called Housing First. And what their complaint is that, well, if you do Housing First, then how are you going to give these obviously effed up people, by virtue of the fact that they're homeless, we know they're effed up, how are you going to give them the, the treatment, really, that they need, right? Which is with the assumption of Anna is like, oh yeah, let's not even think about housing. Let's think about treatment. Let's think about involuntarily committing people and, all this other stuff. But it turns out that that's not what Housing First is at all. And so Brittany's going to explain that to us, what actually Housing First is, as opposed to the straw man that Jink and Anna have presented before us. So we're going to be taking a look into that. The policy, now they don't say the policy that they champion, the policy that they favor, but there is a name for it. It's, oh my gosh, I had it. Housing Ready, I think. Yeah, the Housing Ready model. There's the Housing First model, and there's the Housing Ready model. And the Housing Ready model concentrates on choosing amongst the homeless who is worthy, who is worthy of, having resources dedicated towards them, and then, who gets the opportunity for things like housing, but only after you've proven yourself, with sobriety, compliance in treatment, etc. Right? So in other words, we're going to put another barrier between people without houses and the houses the roofs that they could be living under. And it doesn't work. And the way that you hear it from Anna and Jink, you'd get the feeling that Housing First was the default. It's not. It's just a policy that was created in the United States, but has yet to see widespread adoption in the United States outside of, I believe, a program that was involving veterans, right? So there is actually some precedence for using housing first in America for to work really well. And yeah, I don't know. You would not learn this listening to TYT. You wouldn't learn it. You'd think that housing first was evil, that it was a scam, that all the money is going to public-private partnerships, which I don't like either. Okay, whenever Anna brings up public-private partnerships, I mean that's something that grinds my gears too. All right, the fact that in the 30s and 40s, the United States could undertake programs like the WPA, where the government itself is literally putting its people to work, right? That sounds way too communist to some people, but it worked and it got us out of the Great Depression. And the United States government today, it's like the Doge meme, chat. You know what I'm talking about? The Doge meme where it's like it's like the social safety net in, X time, and you'd see the Doge that's really yoked, the Doge that's like got muscles on top of muscles, right? And then the same social safety net today, it's the little pathetic Doge. It would be that meme. But yeah, we're going to get into this today. We're also going to take a look at, I showed you, if you've been following my YouTube channel, which you should, you might have seen me repost Ethan Klein's Instagram post, right? So, it's a picture of outside of his house through his windows, ostensibly. And it's looks like hell on earth because it is hell on earth right now. And it's Ethan. You'd think that he'd be talking about friends and family and loved ones and neighbors and stuff. No, he's talking about Hassan. He's like, I bet Hassan's upset that the fire is blowing in a different direction. I bet Hassan was really hoping that it would come up here and burn up my computer and burn up my only copy of the Hassan hit piece, right? So yeah, that's who he is thinking of right now. Meanwhile, Hassan is apparently making tracks, picking people up and getting them to safety. So that's the difference between Hassan and Ethan Klein. It has never been more obvious. Yeah, exactly. 218. Hard to keep your house together when you're homeless, right? Literally impossible. It's like the bootstraps thing. Do you know about the bootstraps thing, chat? I've probably said this before. I'm probably boring some people, right? But the whole point of pull yourself up by your bootstraps was to make fun of somebody for asking you to do an impossible task, right? That's what bootstraps fucking means. That's what the original meaning of it is. Now people use it as like, yeah, no, you should be able to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The whole point of it is that it's physically impossible. It's like, as in physics, draw a physics force drawing, showing yourself your bootstraps, you pulling on them and somehow standing upright, and it just doesn't happen because it can't happen. So it's literally that we've got a figure of speech that is chiding you, the working class, to do the impossible. You should be able to do the impossible. Why are you not able to do the impossible? There is a class war. And capitalism is winning, and it's been winning for a really long time. And it's going to make all of our lives worse and worse. Yeah, capitalism and climate change. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Are they like they're kind of similar? I'm tempted to connect them and identify them as one thing. Keynes, Alfred Maynard Keynes in our day said, if we had the cloth to cut our coat, we should cut it. The UK people, to build infrastructure, build it. My boots don't have straps. Yeah, I don't even have boots. I used to always have boots. Whose father doesn't run an emerald mine in South Africa, right? Yeah, you should be able to do this. It should be easy. But I mean, just remember who's telling you it should be easy. People for whom everything in their life is easy. People who cannot fucking imagine our day to day. People who are not relating to the majority of humanity. And yet they give us the stink eye. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Oh, making tracks, Mugoggles. Yeah, not the other thing. Um, yeah, it's a really sad time, right? It's sad what's happening. It's sad that it's come to this, and it's even sadder that there's so many people right now working to blame anyone and everyone. Lesbians, apparently. Maybe it's lesbians' fault. Maybe it's lesbians' fault. Like they're talking about DEI, they're talking about the homeless, they're talking about immigrants. They will definitely wait. Have they started on the immigrant thing yet? Because I feel like you could set your watch by it.
Uh?
Almost there. Boom. Oh, I did the whatchamacallit thing. I did the Costco guys thing. I did the boom. I accidentally did chat. The brain rot. The brain rot is infectious, okay? I just have to say, the brain rot is highly, highly infectious. I respect this Anna opinion. I much prefer her to go full crazy right winger than pretend to be left wing. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be harder for them to do that, and I don't know. She might have maybe she was planning to do a slow Dave Rubining, and then maybe the election just kind of sped up her timetable. Maybe it's something like that. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you, William Shakespeare. Willie the Bard. He sure had a way with words, but thank you, Davy Cliff, for having a way with words yourself. The guy I have to get rides from legit blamed the female fire chief. He pulled back to forced inclusion and then I called him on being a sexist shit take. I mean, the irony of the fire chief is that like they need more firefighters, right? There's not enough firefighters. There needs to be more firefighters, right? And they were kind of topped out. They were tapped out. Topped out. What am I saying? They were tapped out. That's the word. They were tapped out of firefighters. You couldn't. So the current fire chief was like, well, how about imagine this? The culture around firefighting is not one that lends itself to a lot of other people that aren't, dudes being involved in it. What if we did a specific outreach to add to the fire force by recruiting people that otherwise might not join? That maybe take a little convincing of like this is a thing that you can do. That's my understanding of the situation. So the other option the other option is less firefighters. Mike Poole says, I am a firefighter. Nobody can stop the wind-stoked fire. Yeah, those I don't know what it is about like the Santa Ana winds, but they're they're a force to be reckoned with in this case, let's just say. Yeah, and like the embers flying through the air, I mean like and people are treating this like as if it's a house fire situation, right? Well, you've got fire hydrants, just spray the fire out, forehead. Just spray the fire out. And it turns out that those things are not designed to fight a forest fire in a residential area, which is what they're, being kind of called on to do. Are you trying to ruin the firefighters' gay sex by adding women? I mean, the wind dries the fuel. Mike knows all about this. Spreads 60 miles an hour. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And like this isn't exactly a normal thing. There's fires in California, but this sort of shit is unprecedented. These sorts of fires are terrifying. Yeah, and I'm afraid it's going to be happening more and more. Yeah, the water. Okay, so I might as well dip us in to the um the dono goal. Yeah, let me like write that down. Davy Cliff's got us started at 5%. It's 5% now, right up there. Boom. If that 5% turns into 95% more, which is 100%, by the end of the stream, we'll get some extra content. What content? Well, I'm glad you asked, because you have the choice to vote for one of 4 topics. The vote is going on right now in YouTube chat. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over and make your voice heard. And while you're there, leave a like because it does help me out a lot, and I do appreciate it greatly. We have today, conservatives blame lesbian firefighters. That's what I've been talking about, right? I don't have time in the normal stream to get to it, but if we choose that, then we'll cover this in the bonus. Yeah, so basically, the dono goal's right here. It's 5%. If it gets to 100%, then I stick around. I stick around a little late. I hang out, right? And we cover one more topic. It could be conservatives blame lesbian firefighters, right? That's in first place. It could be a visit to the spankologist, the spank therapist. That's in second place. And yes, chat, there's a real licensed mental health professional, I guess, that is saying that he's using spanking as his modality. So, if you want to find out about that, vote for that. In third place, we have the true identity. We never did get to this. There's a follow-up on Adrian Dittman. I covered Adrian Dittman last week. Remember, Adrian Dittman is the account that a lot of people think is Elon. And indeed, Elon seems to want us to think that this guy is Elon. But is he really Elon? Well, we can find out if you choose that one. So, I mean, that's how that works. You vote for one of these, it wins. Also, when you donate, you can tell me which one of these you voted for, and I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation. Whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because yes, chat, demonetized. All political streamers are demonetized effectively on Twitch, thanks to Ethan Klein, Dan Saltman, and Destiny Bonnell, Destiny Bonarelli, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. It's his fault. It's his fault. So yeah, when you support me, you kind of put your thumb in. If you don't like these kind of people, then, if Destiny, Ethan, and Dan, then maybe, fuck up their plans by supporting me on Twitch. But whatever kind of support you give me, you get to tell me what topic you want, and I'll turn your donation into a percentage, which I'll add as a bonus. So whatever you see that's going on in terms of the vote, it'll get extra bonus points. Yeah, I saw that second follow-up post. Sent you Anna Kasparian, Kasparagus, where she attacked. Wait, she went after Ben Dixon? She called him fucking scum? No, she was mentioning fucking scum earlier in one of her tweets, right? And that was one of the questions I was going to ask is, what does she mean? Who does she mean? Who does she mean by effing scum? Because you could see maybe she's calling the homeless that. You could see maybe she's calling California politicians that. I don't know. Like progressives? I don't know. Left maxers, that's it. She called him effing scum for calling her she responded to Ben Dixon's. Natalie, are you telling me that Anna Kasparian responded to Ben Dixon's quote retweet? Is that what you're telling me? Because I did see Ben's quote retweet. I didn't see that Anna had responded. Yeah, so he quote retweeted Anna's tweet. We should get into this. We should get right into it. All right, let's make this happen. One playlist at a time.
Anna Kasparian.
So we're gonna watch
said
this
on Twitter that
We're gonna watch this in a second, but the first thing that I wanted to show you is the ground zero. This is actually what this creator, Ebb and Flow, is talking about. Anna Kasparian has taken once again to Twitter. Oh joy. Oh joy. Anna Kasparian, here she is. All right. So now she's responding, and I'll try to watch watch this stuff or read this stuff in a way that makes sense, right? So she's responding to A More Perfect Union. That is a YouTube channel, among other things, I think. And they are, it looks like, showing a video from Second Thought. Second Thought made this video, I think, several years ago. And it's talking about water in California and who controls it. And surprise, surprise, it's not Californians. Right, so this is where this all started out. Wait, do they have a video on this too? It looks like they do. It's like a video on More Perfect Union. Anyway, I want to know more about this, right? So this is going to be JD from Second Thought, I think, that they've clipped here.
Suffer through unprecedented. While 40 million Californians suffer through unprecedented drought, one billionaire couple owns a massive share of the state's water.
So yeah, chat, this was made when it was drought that they were worrying about, not this massive raging fire.
Seized in a series of secretive meetings.
No, More Perfect Union didn't do a video on Anna. More Perfect Union, I think, did a video on this couple. This is a couple. They're billionaires, and they've gotten control of a lot of the water supply, apparently. Yo.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
2 decades ago. That system was
Does this
largely
need to be turned up?
by the very taxpayers whose water these billionaires hold hostage. Urban water systems are desperate for water, but in 2023, they'll receive just 5% of what they requested from the state. The Resnicks are the biggest farmers in California. As of 2007, they owned 4 San Francisco's worth of farmland. And
Is that better?
half of Americans buy at least one of their products. Their pistachios, their pomegranate juice, their mandarins, their flowers. It's all...
Oh God, that's their mandarins. I don't know if I've bought those before, but I've definitely seen them in the store.
one massive umbrella.
I've definitely eaten
The
some.
Wonderful Company. A privately owned company worth at least $5 billion. The majority owners, the Resnicks, are worth at least $8 billion. How were they able to take over such a large percentage of what should be a shared public resource? This is The Classroom from More Perfect Union, and today we're looking at how the Resnicks got rich. Linda is a former child actress, the daughter of Jack Harris, a successful movie distributor of the 1950s, most well known for The Blob.
The Blob. Wait, does anybody think that the Blob might be a analogy for capitalism? Anybody ever read The Blob like that, like as a movie?
Starring Steve McQueen and a cast of exciting young people.
I don't know. Yeah, I've seen this. I feel like they're talking about capitalism.
At 19, she founded her own advertising agency. Stewart was born to a middle-class New Jersey family and started his first business, a janitorial service, in grad school. He eventually acquired American Protection Services, a burglar alarm and security company. Linda approached him about marketing services for the company, and they hit it off, not knowing that one day they'd work together to take over California's water. The lovebirds became business partners. They bought Teleflora, the flower delivery company, and the Franklin Mint, purveyors of inane little tchotchkes. Linda was the marketing person, and Stewart was in charge of business. As Linda told the LA Times in 1993, "I've always said that Stewart and I together make one perfect person, like little salt and pepper shakers." In the late 80s, they found their primary industry, agriculture. They got into the pistachio business. Linda said, "We've done more for the pistachio than anyone ever since it was planted in the Garden of Eden. My husband should be canonized for all the work he's done."
That's a nutty flex.
They started branching into other products. Almonds, pomegranates.
Although, wait, what's the deal, Chad? Is a pistachio technically a legume? Is that one of the nuts that's not really a nut? Can somebody fact check me here? Is the pistachio actually a nut?
Pomegranates, citrus, wine, and acquiring more and more land to cover it, including some very important land in Kern County, which granted them water rights in the area. As the Resnicks were building their empire, the state of California was building new water infrastructure with taxpayer money. California's natural water supply is very inconsistent. Vastly differing amounts of rainfall means the state can go from surplus to drought and back very easily. So they build water banks to store water during surpluses to have during droughts. One important storage facility is the Kern Water Bank, started in 1988. The facility was built with hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, which could have been a good thing. The people of California would have owned the water. But there were two Californians thirstier than the rest, and they wanted more water. Linda and Stuart Resnick, and they had a lot of political power. We'll get to that. In 1994, state water officials, water infrastructure contractors, and agricultural landowners with water rights arranged a secretive meeting at a resort in Monterey Bay, California. These groups, a mix of private companies and public agencies, rewrote California's water rules
The pistachio is a nut?
without any input from voters, taxpayers, or
It's a tree nut.
legislators. The new rules, called the Monterey Plus Agreement or the Monterey Amendments, were devastating for working Californians, and great for agriculture billionaires. The original code included urban preference, a long-standing rule that in times of drought, the state water board would give urban areas, where people live, access to water supplies before agricultural interests. Monterey axed that. That means that in times of drought, the water systems for normal Californians would have to buy water from private companies, because they weren't getting it from the state. The new agreement also loosened regulations on paper water. That's water that doesn't necessarily exist anywhere but on paper. The full quantities of water that providers could have, but don't actually need to have. Today, 5 times as much water has been promised and sold as actually exists. And importantly, the meeting changed ownership of the Kern Water Bank. What once belonged to the state was transferred to a few private water contractors, one of which was Westside Mutual, a wholly owned subsidiary of Wonderful Foods.
Wait, I'm sorry.
The wonderful employee who runs Westside, Bill Phillimore, is the chairman of the public organization that manages the Kern Water Bank. Boom. One secret meeting, and the Resnicks owned nearly 60% of an important California water resource, built with hundreds of millions of dollars.
So many of the conservative arguments blaming who knows what for this disaster focus on the idea of like, well, why don't you just save up the water? Right? You dumb Californians, you dumb Democrats. Why don't you just save up the water from when it is raining so that you have water later on? And here you go. Here's why. Argument from, what do you call this? There's a name for this. The argument from nowhere. It's an argument made in complete ignorance of the material realities on the ground. Like, just save up your water, forehead. Okay, well, they did. And it got bought out from under them. You know why? Because democracy is like a hen in a hen house. And capitalism is a fox. Now, you can have a hen house and you can have a pet fox. Just to look at Save a Fox. They're rescuing foxes, right? But you can't really have both. If you've got a hen house and you got a fox, it's only a matter of time until that fox gets in the hen house. And that fox has been busy in California's hen house, monopolizing all the water rights, apparently.
Dollars in taxpayer money.
This isn't a bug of capitalism. This isn't capitalism done wrong. This isn't a mistake. This is how it's supposed to work.
The new ownership, combined with the rules on paper and surplus water, meant that during times of drought, the Resnicks could sell Kern water back to the state water systems. They took Californian taxpayers' water and sold it back to them, both literally as the water supply and also to grow expensive food like gourmet pistachios and pomegranate juice. They converted the people's water into products many can't afford. And that's just—
You gotta watch out with a video like this, that the products that you're showing are actually made by this company, right? 'Cause, you know, if you were, it makes it look like that.
just one water bank. The Resnicks also have control of other water boards and have been sued for directing more water towards their properties. So how do they get away with this Chinatown-level chicanery?
Gonna be a lot of irate citizens when they find out that they're paying for water that they're not gonna get.
With philanthropy.
Wait, what's that reference to?
The Resnicks donate
I don't watch enough films, chat.
millions of dollars to politicians and research institutions, which help them secure control over water systems, and even get more water and more taxpayer funding. One important project is the proposed California Delta Tunnel, a taxpayer-funded project which would send water from Northern California to Central, where the Resnicks farms are. They've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on state and federal legislation and politicians who support the tunnel project. But their favorite politician is Senator Dianne Feinstein.
You come in here and you say it has to be my way or the highway.
Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee. She's a close personal friend of the Resnicks, attending their holiday parties in Aspen and maintaining their financial interests. A quick look through the bills she sponsored shows several which would direct money to Kern adjacent water projects. The Resnicks even ask her for things directly. When a pesky study about endangering salmon and shad fisheries threatened the Delta Tunnel, Stewart wrote a letter to Feinstein demanding a new study. She immediately forwarded it to the Obama administration, who agreed to spend $750,000 on a new study. It returned the same results as the first one. Can't buy science. But the Resnicks have tried. They are among the top donors to the University of California system, with their donations focusing on agricultural and ecological studies. The Resnicks have basically bought entire departments who put out studies on how water systems should be managed, and where funding should go. That leads to even more federal and state taxpayer dollars being used to fix—
Look at that, chat. State universities. State universities. This is literally the fox getting into the henhouse.
up what the Resnicks profit off of. This is all bad for California, even in a capitalistic sense. Agriculture uses 80% of California's water, but only represents 2% of its GDP. The Resnicks' water monopoly is just one way their quest for wealth hurts the rest of us. They allegedly lobby for increased tensions with Iran to keep embargoes on superior Iranian—
They're keeping us from having Iranian pistachios. I never thought of that, chat. I never thought of that.
pistachios. They're giant crops.
But like, look at this. Look at this. They don't, from what I can tell, I mean, unless there's like more about them I don't know, they don't have like a political reason to want war with Iran. They have a business reason.
To monocultures which kill important pollinators. They siphon taxpayer dollars into the company town charter schools they own, set up to train children to work for their farms. And of course, like any company of this size, they exploit their workers. We need to treat water for what it is: a necessary public resource, a human right, and something that shouldn't be owned by anyone, and work towards legislative change that stops people like the Resnicks from stealing it.
You read about West Side today? You read about
West Side.
Sorry, I had to hit it. I had to hit it. There's too many people saying West Side for me not to
West Side.
do that drop. So anyway, this is the original post, and this is a great thing for somebody to post at this time. Now, as you could see, the Resnicks, they're very involved in politics. That money goes to a lot of different places. And so they definitely don't want to be blamed for what's going on. Although, I mean, I couldn't find two more deserving people probably in the whole state. So just look at the
40 million
backlash that we're going to get to that. Look at the backlash in that context, all right? Look at the backlash as that attacking More Perfect Union, attacking anyone trying to expose the Resnicks is going to potentially be very lucrative. It's going to be a very financially beneficial enterprise. Right now, I don't know anything about Anna Kasparian, having any ties or anything like that. I just know that TYT has been sus in the past. Katzenberg, We need to look at the Katzenberg thing, chat. The problem is the only video I found really on the talking about TYT's deal with Katzenberg was from a Jimmy Dore channel. But the Jimmy Dore channel was kind of coming at Anna surprisingly on her take on homelessness. So it's not what I expect from a Dorite. But yeah, I haven't found any good sources talking about the Katzenberg money. But Katzenberg's pet issue in the LA City Council was anti-camping laws. What was anti-homeless? Essentially, if you wanted to encapsulate what he's doing, it's like anti-homeless lobbying, basically. So anyway, here comes Anna Kasparian to respond to More Perfect Union. Anna says, California, especially LA, is controlled by Democrats. They are responsible. No more passing the buck. Our mayor, who was in Ghana as the fire exploded in our city, cut the fire budget by $17 million. Endless amounts of money funneled to bullshit scams, bullshit scammer, homeless nonprofits. Now, look, like I said, I don't like public-private partnerships. I think that the government should do a social safety net, not partner with some company to do it. Because again, foxes and hen houses, right? But I mean, that's what we got right now. And Anna's opposing those projects without suggesting others, without suggesting that the government itself take homelessness serious and try to do something about it. We're the highest taxed, and yet, meaning in LA, I think, and yet we have encampments and squalor everywhere. So there we go. Even worse, we don't have enough firefighters to respond to the absolute disaster we're experiencing right now. Rather than conserve the record rain we got last year, we just drained it into the ocean. We are a failing city run by a sick excuse for local government. So want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party? Send them to LA. I mean, that could go two different ways. Right? Because the thing that's making it so easy for Republicans to take power is how feckless and afraid of its own shadow the Democratic Party has become. However, those are not the criticisms that Anna Kasparian has of the Democratic Party. So as you can imagine, there were a lot of quote tweets on Anna Kasparian's post, including by Pastor Ben Dixon. Benjamin P. Dixon says, Anna Kasparian really, really, really hates homeless people. I think I added an extra really just for effect there. She's so bitter. She is blaming the LA fires on money the city of LA gave to homeless people. And look at the squalor out there. I was going to leave TYT alone, but as long as you have this bird-brained traitor to progressives and the unhoused working there, you don't deserve another penny from progressive dollars. Gonna drop a new video on these clowns in the morning. Nice. Nice. Good to hear. I'll be watching that video. Absolutely disgusting, Anna. Be better. So that is Pastor Ben Dixon quote retweeting Anna. I think it's just like there's the tweet and there's the letter hack drawing. Anyway, so yeah, so yeah, there's the quote retweet. Now I think if we look at this one and we go to view quotes, oh my God, well, you got some yeah, somebody's pointing out that she was one of the people cheerleading funding for community services being cut out to fund more cops. Now, I'm thinking, wait, am I wrong about this? Either Anna responded or, oh, there it is. There it is. I was not wrong. So anyway, yeah, now, like, look, if you're Anna Kasparian, I mean, let's take a look at the power levels here. 606K followers. That's a lot. Pastor Dixon, respectable. A lot of followers there. Look at that, 159.7K. I don't know. What am I trying to say? If this didn't get under Anna's skin as much as it does, she wouldn't be responding to this. Let's just put it that way. Ben Dixon has gotten in her head. He is in her walls, right? I mean, look, she might not be about housing, but he is living rent-free nonetheless. He's got an extra, room available in her mind palace anytime he wants to use it. Anyway, so here's Anna Kasparian responding. Poor Ben got super salty that TYT gave her a shot a show over his boring ass. So much so that he's now defending the misuse of public funds that were specifically allocated for homeless people. Nice job covering up for those thieves who robbed California's homeless population of $24 billion in 5 short years. And somehow it's totally fine for this bigot to mark an Armenian last name. So yeah, she's going hard on this. She's going on hard on this. Anna Asparagus is apparently calling her Anna Asparagus is problematic. Anna replied to the replies as well. She's in the replies too. Jeez, let me find that. Thank you, Natalie. You channeling her best, Dasha. That's what I'm doing. Are you saying Anna's channeling her best? Dasha. Sailor socialism. For those who don't know. Oh, okay. Oh God. Yeah. This is even worse. This is even worse. You're a fucking joke, Ben. Imagine defending people who stole both from taxpayers and homeless people. You're a fucking scum. Now, I want to show you something else, all right? Anna also... So she's talking about the Pacific Palisades Reservoir, which is empty. No, she wrote something else here. Maybe it was in a reply. I think it was in a reply. Let's find this. So now this person's saying she did not cut the budget. So there's a little nuance in there. All right. You can find graphs of the Los Angeles city budget that show firefighting, that show the fire department taking a cut, and it shows the police taking a massive gain, right? Getting much more money, being the most raised expenditure in the city, basically the police. All right, so here we are. Dr. Ginger says, if you hate it so much, then why do you live there? Why do you live in LA? If you hate LA, you hate it so much, you hate California. Why are you there? Right? Anna's response is because I was born and raised here. I don't run. I want to run the scum out of the state. And so that's the question. Who is the scum? Who is Anna talking about? Oh God, somebody's bringing up her support of Karen Bass in 2020. She says, I was a moron in 2020. Please forgive me. So Gay Dave, friend of the VOD here, is asking, who are the scum, Anna? Be extremely specific, if you don't mind. And she's not answered, Gay Dave. Not getting an answer. Okay, now here's an answer. Run them out where, Anna? Your thought patterns are heavily from the right-wing mind frame. On the other hand, we don't need the unbalanced liberal approach either. Many troubled people flock to California from other places to take advantage of too much tolerance. Oh my God. So it's like shithead versus shithead. Let them fight, chat. Let them fight. Linda and Anna can fight, I guess. So Anna's responding out of elected office, Linda. So yeah, Linda's on her side, I guess. On this is a very weirdly fence straddling post here. Anyway, so yeah, that's so that's what we got. We got wait, did I miss? I read Anna's response to Ben Dixon, both on his post and in the quote retweet. The only thing I can think of is I'm curious about, does More Perfect Union have a video on water? Oh, here it is. Wait, no, it's the same thing. I mean, I could have watched it. I could have watched it bigger. Yeah, More Perfect Union covers water rights quite a bit. Yeah, they come to California for Anna Kasparian's tolerance. That's right. That's right. Well, I mean, look, there's something to that, right? And it's that there are states that do their damnedest to criminalize homeless. And more, that's California too, right? More and more, that's California too. And that, along with California's weather, is the reason that a lot of America's homeless end up in Southern California. So it's not in it's a nationwide issue that's really not receiving federal money in the way that it should. In other words, California is a particular area of concentration for the crisis, and thus should maybe receive more federal money than it does to deal with that. Also, as you're going to find out, there's a big deal. There's a big part of this is like what kind of policy you use, what kind of policy actually works when dealing with homelessness. We watched a video. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember the channel. It's a really good channel. Invisible People, I think is what the channel is called. And they had a video talking about how Finland had adopted the policy of housing first, a policy which was invented in the United States, but like I said, not implemented, on a large scale outside of maybe like what I was talking about earlier with the veterans. And in that case, it showed some promising results. So, but it has been adopted in large in Finland and has been a good policy. So yeah, Anna's absolutely wrong. Riley says, when I was homeless, I went to Florida. Makes sense if you could get to Cali. If you're a transient, you would put politics on the back burner. Well, yeah, that's so yeah, because Florida, so a more temperate climate kind of makes sense. If you're not gonna have a roof over your head, about the best you can do is at least not be in a freezing cold place. Oh, well, we're glad to have you here, Parthenon. So yeah, with that, I want to check out this channel that I haven't ever watched with you before. But before I do, I want to make sure that I make a big point of promoting them, because they are at present, I'm sure not for long, they are at present a smaller channel, and they could do with some more subs. So go give them a sub. You don't already sub to Ebnose Flows already. Hangers Acto says, I live in Eagle Rock, right next to next door to Altadena. It's been a rough week, I bet. Oh, I see. Well, glad to have you here, Yop Yop. Also have billions in surplus tax dollars that they could allocate to housing people, but realtors and corporate overlords wouldn't like that. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm saying, there's a fox loose in the hen house. Anything good that you try to do is going to be undone by the forces of capitalism. Look at the New Deal, right? A lot of people, understandably, would rather reform their way out of capitalism, would rather see it done democratically over time. And that, like I said, that's understandable. Revolution is messy business, to be sure. But the issue is when you do things, reforms like, the most bold reforms, the New Deal, the Great Society, look, like they're easily unwound and they will be unwound over time, right? Capitalism adopts the face of liberalism or even progressivism when it needs to, when it's under threat, when people start to see through and see how damaging capitalism is to their life. When they're worried, they adopt a different face, and that face is one that wants to fix the problems of capitalism. That wants, to even throw a few government programs at it. But that's only necessary for them to do in the moments when they're worried about revolution. And the last time that happened was like the 40s. Let's be real. The 30s and 40s was the last time like that they were in that kind of mood. Right. So for a while, we talk about the New Deal consensus. Capitalism adopted a much kinder and gentler face that was all about throwing breadcrumbs to the poor, and even had, backed up, was sort of backed up by Keynesian policy. The idea that putting money in the pockets of the workers was going to help the entire economy. Indeed, when we talk about economics, things do not trickle down, they trickle up. And so, they essentially had trickle up economics for a few years. But yeah, it only takes them a little while to recuperate everything. And you're back in the Gilded Age. We're back in the Gilded. Trump's literally calling it a golden age. We are back in the Gilded Age. We are run by robber barons. The richest man in the world just bought the American election. We are so back, and it feels so bad. But anyway, yeah, this is Ebb and Flow. Make sure to follow them if you're not following them already. Looking at the poll, it looks like those lesbian firefighters have cornered 60% of your votes. Only 94 of you have voted. So if you haven't voted yet, make sure to make your voice heard. I would love to hear from you which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content if we get there. We are at present, I believe, 5% there. We're 5% there, chat, which is also 95% not there. But yeah, I don't know. Anything could happen. The night is young. So let's take a look at what Ebb and Flow has got for us.
She thinks the Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is one of the best videos I've seen in a while. So definitely give this channel a follow.
Has said on Twitter that she thinks the reason that we can blame for these vicious wildfires in California is Democrats giving public funding to homeless organizations. She posted a tweet in response to a tweet from, I believe, More Perfect Union that was saying that there's a couple billionaires in California that essentially bought up all of the water. And I'm putting that on screen. And that was something to keep in mind when, LA struggles to have enough water to deal with these fires and issues like that. You have billionaires privatizing the water supply of a place that then burns down. And many rich people, poor people's homes were caught up in this. So, I mean, it's an example of greed and privatization of natural resources and public resources at that. And, you know, the fact that distributing things efficiently via capitalism to maximize profit for shareholders doesn't exactly lead to the safest and most secure society, which LA should certainly be an example of, given that it's probably one of the richest cities in the entire world. Seems like LA should have infrastructure for rich and poor people to prevent wildfires, stop wildfires, have procedures in place for when wildfires happen.
But notice what Anna said about getting the scum out of her state. I feel like that's the attitude of a lot of wealthy people on the coasts. I sometimes talk about the Kasparian effect. And when I say the Kasparian effect, I'm talking about the phenomenon of wealthy, formerly liberal or progressive people on the East Coast, on the West Coast, to become resentful of progressive movements, of people's movements, and to actively work to undermine them. And it leads all the way down the road to supporting first local Republicans and then at some point national Republicans. So the Kasparian effect was in full display. You could see it in the results of the 2024 election. And the attitude of the wealthy in cities like this is like, it'd be such a nice city without them. And them means the homeless, them means the poor, them means the people that can't afford the things that they take for granted. They want these to be the playgrounds of the wealthy. I don't know, who they're thinking is gonna, is gonna pour them their coffee. Maybe you commute in to work as a barista, get paid way too little money, and then commute out. I don't know, but
and also to feed and clothe and house the homeless. And so that's what Anna Kasparian wanted to point to. She said, hey, they're taking all of our tax dollars. We pay more taxes than anybody. I don't know who she is talking about exactly. I guess people in LA in general. And she's contending that they take these tax dollars and give them to, quote, endless scam homeless charities. Such an interesting choice of words there. Fascinating choice of words. She says it as though that's something that she has addressed in the past, and I think she has. I think I've heard...
Yeah, more on that later, chat. More on that later.
Heard her mention this before, that the homeless organizations in Los Angeles are scams and they don't work. It's one thing to say they don't work. It's another thing to say that they're a scam. That's a very interesting accusation. And it's also very interesting to me that in this tweet, which it's a real Hail Mary. She really threw it out there. She clearly wants...
So what I was saying is a monster tweet.
To turn the narrative away from corporate greed, fossil fuel executive greed.
What's wrong with Ghana? So yeah, that was in Anna Kasparian's tweet, right? Ghana gets mentioned. So you remember in the election how there was a Trump commercial said that Kamala cares about they, them. And most of the commercial is talking about affordability, the affordability crisis, the lack of affordability. And so it's weird that they kind of throw in they, them, but it actually is superfluous. Like, the message that Anna is giving is a very Trumpian message. Our mayor cares about them. Doesn't care about you, cares about them. A mayor visiting Ghana is because she cares too much about Africa, I guess, and not enough about LA. But I think that's what she's going for. I think that's why she mentioned Ghana.
Greed, the greed of capitalism in general, leading to a much...
Oh, no, I'm aware of that, Chad. I'm aware that was what I was saying. The mayor went to Ghana.
less safe, much less stable environment. She wants to turn the narrative away from that to...
But by concentrating on that, as opposed to, say, I don't know, climate change, as opposed to taxes on the wealthy, as opposed to any of the things that contributed to this crisis, by concentrating on that, again, she's just able to add fuel to the fire for the next time a Republican runs for mayor. I mean, she'll no doubt support a Republican again, as she and Jink have in the past.
Homeless organizations and homeless people in general, and public funding going towards homeless people. To me, that seems to be what Anna Kasparian is taking issue with here. And if she's making the assertion that these organizations are scams,
just understand, it's not about, at least for Anna, it's not about taking out Mayor Bass, in order to replace her with a better, progressive. It's about taking out Bass to replace her with a Republican. That's what Anna's going for.
Not only does she not provide any evidence of that, she doesn't mention anything in particular. And that just seems like an odd choice to me.
Yeah, trip to Africa, DEI destroyed us again. That's right. It's all DEI. I
mean, why are you tweeting this out? She was pretty specific about other things that she said, like the language that she chose to use about this, but she doesn't point to anything in particular. So, I mean, me as a viewer that doesn't know what she's talking about, how am I supposed to look up more about these evil, homeless scam organizations? And so there's a conversation to be had about that, about how is the money...
She doesn't want you to, but we will look into this policy that Anna has demonized without really telling you much about it, without actually accurately representing housing first, right? So that's what she's talking about.
Used in organizations that are meant to house, feed, and clothe homeless people. Is it used in the most efficient way? Anna made a point about how, that's what she said. She said, we pay more than anybody and there's homeless people everywhere. And so it goes further in painting this narrative that Anna Kasparian has been painting of, LA and I guess New York as, filled with this scourge of homeless people and drug addicts and violence. And there's some truth to it. I mean, I live in LA and there is a homeless problem here. I'm also around homeless people a fair amount on the bus and on the way to doing the various things that I do, and I never feel threatened. There are times where it can be a little scary, and I am a man, so I'm less likely to feel threatened in those situations. So I can understand how Anna's perspective about LA being a little scary comes from experience. It's one thing to say that, though, and it's another thing to say that this is a broader problem of homeless people in general being a threat, essentially being a scourge, and this sort of systemic problem that is the reason Anna says, and Jank says, that they campaigned against Democrats and for Republicans in Los Angeles to be the mayor, saying that the mayor's incompetent, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, look, when stuff like this happens, you always blame the mayor. It's the American way. It's the same as blaming the president.
And look, do Democrats suck? Yeah. Does Gavin Newsom suck? Yeah.
For anything about the country that you don't like. That's the way it goes. That's the job.
Does Justin Trudeau suck?
But
yeah, right?
Anna and Jank saying
that's not like, this is like the reverse pancakes and waffles thing, right? If I say waffles suck, that shouldn't mean that I love pancakes, and yet so many times that's how it ends up working out. Saying fuck Justin Trudeau is like an endorsement of Poliev.
This is why we campaigned against
Polnareff, as I call him.
Yeah, but you campaigned for Republicans. So the idea that these two progressive, quote unquote, commentators are not drifting to the right, The idea that they are not coming more in agreements with Republicans than they are with any progressive, leftist, democratic, socialist, anybody. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, the idea that they are not pivoting. They're clearly pivoting. And nothing makes that
They're pivoting and they're gaslighting us.
Clearer than the fact that not only does Anna want to talk instead of the greed of rich people and
Libra Vision Network says it's very likely that the LA fires were started by a short circuit from an outdoor electric cable. Yeah, more information is starting to come in about. Yeah, more like Justin Trudeau. More like Justin Trudeau didn't.
Fossil fuels and AI tech companies, which are also in California, by the way. Instead of talking about that, she wants to talk about homeless organizations that she views as scams. And I mean, is that not the textbook example of conservatism? That is conservatism in a nutshell. You're taking a problem that is so systemic that it actually goes to the climate itself and the way our human waste and output and carbon emissions is fueling our own instability and death, including of people who are the richest among us. And within that gets at the fundamental structure of our society, which is fueling this psychopathic profit-seeking behavior, which is unfettered capitalism in general. But Anna instead wants to talk about the racket of how tax dollars are used to feed the homeless in Los Angeles. And she also said that LA has cut its fire department budget and that was Mayor Karen Bass, which is true. LA did cut the fire department budget, and most of that money...
I want to look more into this because from what I've heard, there's a confounding variable here. I think I would probably find this if I type in Anna Kasparian. Yeah, here it is. All right, so this is what everybody's talking about. Can you see this okay, chat? It's a little hard to viddy. Let's shrink it down. So these are line items on the operational budget for 2024 to 2025 City of Los Angeles. And what this is showing is in green, an increase in certain line items in certain categories, and in red, a decrease. And the top line that we see here with this unbelievable life bar, right? This thing is a tank, whatever it is. Oh, police. So, yeah, increasing the police budget. But wait, I thought that the progressives, they were cutting the police. I thought that they were defunding the police. It looks like they're doing the exact opposite. It looks like Anna's full of shit, right? They're massively increasing the funding of, let's see how much, plus, yeah, to 126 million, it says. Library going up, housing going, okay, so there's where Anna's, I mean, housing obviously isn't entirely anyway, if you go all the way to the bottom and then go up by one, you'll see the fire department expenditures. It's missing 17.6 million from its budget. Now, my understanding of this, though, is that these numbers are pre-negotiation with the firefighters union, and that if you count the money that was allocated after that negotiation concluded, then you would actually see somewhat of an increase in fire, although not anywhere close to as much as police. So again, the one thing that sticks out to me here is that LA is spending way too much money on some of the worst cops in the country. On a notoriously fucked up police department. So there you go.
Money went to the police. The LAPD got an increased budget. So why aren't you pointing to that? And it's the same point. The money that people are being taxed for is going to police who are supposed to be making things safer, and they're not. And not only that, but they're double making things less safe, because when these fires happen, the police have no ability to stop. The fire department does not have the resources it needs. So why are you pointing to homeless organizations?
Yeah, Witchery Rocky. That it looks like police are pretty much all the budget. You're not wrong.
That are actually helping people. That was the reason Karen Bass got elected into office. That's what she said she was going to do. But again, TYT was critical of her from the beginning. They never wanted her because they never wanted money to be going to homeless organizations. But the fact that Anna wants to redirect the conversation from a conversation about capitalism and a conversation about fossil fuels and climate change, and instead wants to focus on essentially austerity, that's what she's getting at, is...
And Anna, if that's not what you're getting at, then what the fuck, what policies do you back for helping homeless people get a roof over their head? What policies do you back? Because you haven't said shit about that. You say that you're not a right-winger. All right, so what's your policy idea? Because all I've heard from you so far is spend less money on the homeless, subject them to all kinds of tests, all kinds of hurdles that they have to get over to show that they're worthy of being helped.
She doesn't
expect them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps by undergoing all these treatment programs, all these, for substances or mental health before they can get housing.
Like that her tax dollars are being spent that way. And I imagine that Anna is still nominally a progressive enough that she would say, I don't mind paying taxes. I just want them to be used for such and such and such. But that's part of the game, is that you don't always have control of that. We want government organizations that use our tax dollars efficiently, and it's not wrong to demand that of them. But in a situation like this, a crisis like this that is fueled by climate conditions that are also fueled by our own behavior, it doesn't strike me that austerity of how we're using tax dollars to feed the homeless and help the homeless is the right place to focus.
Look, here's the deal. This crisis shows us a lot of things. A lot of things that are really wrong, and it also gives the opportunity for everybody and anybody to blame their favorite scapegoat for the crisis. But this crisis is an opportunity to do something, to gather critical mass about doing something about climate change. And anything that takes us out of the way of that is a mistake. That's the one huge issue, I think, that trumps anything else. And so with Anna doing this, yeah, she's doing the job of capitalism. Capitalism does not want us to deal with the climate crisis. Capitalism is not thinking about our tomorrows.
Our attention.
There is no tomorrow.
Matt Leck at the
Or the chickens in the hen house.
Majority Report has mentioned a few times that where you...
The LA Fire Department is putting prisoners on the front line to fight against the fires, not even paying them to risk their lives. Jesus Christ.
Put your focus as a commentator says everything.
And that was up for referendum, wasn't it? That was up for referendum in 2024.
Thing about what your priorities are.
Or at least the
there's an infinite amount of
use of prisoners' labor for commercial purposes.
Things going on at any given time. There's an infinite amount of angles to any story. And so what you choose to talk to people about and how you choose to talk to them about it is important. And I want to move on to the next thing that Anna said, which in response to somebody commenting to her that if she doesn't like it in LA, she should move. She says I was born in LA. I don't run from problems. I want to run the scum out of this state. Run the scum out of this state. What an incredibly...
Yeah, and the great thing about X, Twitter, is that the people that are gonna retweet that and like that, they don't care who she means. Because in their mind, she's definitely talking about homeless people, right? And that's what's caused it. That monster tweet that she made right there is an expression of the id of all those afflicted with the Kasparian effect. And you can see it resonates with them.
Then,
so even if she meant it, in terms of corrupt politicians or public pirate partnerships, yes, public pirate partnerships. She should use that, Anna. You should use that. You should call them public pirate partnerships. Regardless of what she means, it's going to be taken as a certain way on a platform like X.
Just dripping with venom. Choice of words there. And I mean, what does that sound like? I want to run the scum out of the state. That sounds like something Donald Trump would say.
It sounds like something Shakespeare says. Oh yeah, actually it really does. That does sound really Trumpian. Shakespeare says Anna thinks Fallout New Vegas is a guidebook. It's something that Kaiser would say, right? It's literally something Kaiser would say from Fallout.
And what exactly is she talking about there? This was in a thread where she had just... The two sort of villains of the story were the scourge of homeless people in Los Angeles and Democrats who are supposedly running scams, I guess, instead of helping those people or instead of sending them to concentration camps like she and Cenk seem to want.
And again, that's on the table. That's basically what Donald Trump has proposed. That's what Donald Trump has mentioned.
So she's saying... Again, using the very vague and sort of suggestive language that people like Donald Trump tend to use. She's saying that the Democrats who run the state, and ostensibly the homeless people that those Democrats are, I guess in her mind, purposely failing to help, these are scum that she wants to run out of the state.
I mean, the first thing I thought of was that people call Gavin Newsom Gavin Newscum. Is that what she... Yeah. Anna Kasparian is basically if Jean-Marie Le Pen was a woman. I don't know enough about French politics, but that sounds pretty bad. From what I do know about Le Front National. What do they call it now? They changed the name, but it's still got a Le Pen heading it.
She's talking about Democratic elected officials in California and saying she wants to run this scum out of the state. And again, I'm not a fan of Democrats in general. California Democrats are some of the most out of touch in the country. So criticizing them harshly is not something in principle I'm against. But when you use the...
Parthenon, you just got weaseled by yourself. Thank you for signing up as a member.
Words. Run the scum out of this. I don't know. That's just such a fascinating choice of words. And... what it reminds me of is, I've mentioned on this channel before that, Anna and Cenk sort of...
Thank you, Shakespeare. Yes, the Rassemblement. Rassemblement National. Parthenon / Yop Yop, thank you for giving 5 people gifted memberships. S. Vance, you just got weaseled. Maddie 582, you just got weaseled. May Money in the building, you just got weaseled. And Eric Smith, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. And thank you.
Pivot to the right here. It looks a lot like other pivots to the right that we've seen. People like Jimmy Dore or even Glenn Greenwald, which wasn't an example that I used before, but I think he is a good example.
So yeah, the wild thing about this was that... Oh, wow, there you go again. Thank you again for the 5 more memberships. Wrecked Angels, you just got weaseled. Petro, you just got weaseled. Christy D, you just got weaseled. Cynthia Walker, you just got weaseled. and zag the zig, you just got weaseled.
And the comparison that I want to draw here is the way that these people talk. The thing that turns me off about these people first, before the even the commentary really gets to me, or before I become fully convinced that this is someone whose mind has been changed principally, the thing I always notice first is the way the language changes. And the way the language they use starts to become this twisted, gnarled, sort of just dripping with hate, seething hatred. And it is the kind of thing that you read on the right a lot, even going back a century or more. You know, the way that right-wing reactionaries and fascists talk about communism, talk about cultural Bolshevism, talk about gay people.
That's really cool, Parthenon. I'm glad that's amazing.
Talk about other races, you know, or anybody who is the boogeyman of that particular fascist flashpoint. It has this same vibe of just being the nastiest thing that you could think of to say. It really does feel like that. It feels like they're sitting there trying to concoct the most venomous thing, especially on Twitter. You see it. You see, in this short amount of words that you have, and now they've increased the limit, and I believe Anna pays for Twitter, or was gifted an official membership, so she has more words. And
this is one of the things I hate about Twitter. The worst people on the platform get less limitations on what they're able to post. Now, obviously, a good pithy tweet still goes a long way. So, there's not necessarily the incentive for them to yap, but yeah, no, they're yappers. They're yapping.
She used those words in this recent post, but even still, in the format of Twitter, you can see this sort of condensed version of the way people speak, and that's where you get this incredibly gnarled type of rhetoric that just feels like it's meant to stir people up and make people angry, make people outraged, and to communicate this hatefulness, this seething anger. Jimmy Dore definitely does this. Glenn Greenwald definitely does this. I followed Glenn Greenwald on Twitter at one point, and I stopped because every tweet that I read of his, I might not have even followed him. He might have just been somebody that I saw on the timeline often. But every tweet that I read of his became this, not just like sort of seething, frothing at the mouth, sort of like hatred at the hypocrisy and the people who just, they say this and then but it's always Democrats. It's this seething.
Parthenon, or Yop Yop, best of luck on your journey. That sounds like you're on a mission, and best of luck.
Hatred.
That's kind of amazing.
Towards Democrats. And again, look, not a fan of Democrats. It's fine if you want to go after Democrats. I'm cool with that. But there's a certain rhetorical technique that I notice that only seems to serve the function of creating visceral anger at Democratic leadership specifically. And again, Cenk and Anna are a good example of this because they're actively praising and supporting Republicans and the Republican counterpart to the mayor that they're now criticizing. So when leftists are criticizing Mayor Adams in New York, they're not doing it from a perspective of like, we'd be better off with
Chat, you know how I was telling you about like that I had seen some really transphobic stuff from TYT back in the day? Natalie just found it, apparently. I can't play that though, Natalie, if it's got the T slur throughout the video. We'll have to watch it though somehow. We'll have to figure out a way to get it edited.
The Republican in here, get Rudy Giuliani back in here. You know, that's not the angle there. You can criticize Eric Adams and you can criticize Karen Bass, without making it this like seething screed. She said, I want to run the scum out of this state. Who says things like that? That's an insane thing to say. And so, for me personally, I think using that type of rhetoric, being unhinged in that way is kind of disqualifying to me personally. It makes me not take you seriously, and it makes it obvious to me that what you're doing is like purposefully inflammatory. And so I would like to think that that type of rhetoric is disqualifying in general and makes the general public not take people seriously, except that's the kind of rhetoric that runs America right now. And I genuinely think that that's why.
I want to know more about this ebb and flow person. I want to know, I think maybe they're a bass player.
Hank and Anna are doing it is because they're adopting a more Trumpian form of politics. Whether they are doing that just because they want to make money from Trump audiences or because they think it's an actual way to make wins in Trump's America, that's to be debated. But again, the more I see from Anna, the more I see from Cenk, the more it just seems like they are trying to tack themselves to any right-wing angle they can. And I bet you...
Oh, that's sweet, WB.
That...
As long as it doesn't end up being a poop sock. Or a gnome.
They're going to be
or Rick Astley.
The first to jump on the narrative of...
Or a prolapse.
Of these fires being caused by arsonists and whatnot. There was one of these fires, there was a guy that they caught and arrested.
It's a very chill baseline.
Because he is suspected of starting one of the smaller fires that started today on the 9th of January. They arrested this guy. Some people are saying he's a terrorist. I'm already seeing speculation about that. And I promise you, Anna and Cenk are going to be right out front talking about that. Why? Because it allows them to draw attention away from a broader systemic issue that might actually anger some of the donors that they're trying to cozy up to right now. A narrative about how climate change and how our endless pursuit of capital is going to kill everybody, right? That's the kind of thing that any person who pretends to be progressive pursues because it's like the number one priority. And yet, Cenk and Anna would rather focus on made-up Venezuelan gangs and, scam organizations run by the scum and running them out of town. These are the kind of narratives.
And look, these are the things, the kind of things I care about talking about the most about TYT. Right? There's some things that are just obvious. When Anna takes it out on a trans co-host of TYT or, attacks the Majority Report when the Majority Report's doing the right thing, right? That gets enough attention already. But what I want to draw attention to is some of the lesser known things that TYT is doing, whether it be busting unions or whether it be their terrible straw man of housing first, which is the next subject that we're about to get into here. So buckle up, right? Because I want you to understand not only that TYT is wrong, but I want you to understand why TYT is wrong and how wrong TYT is and how bad they are on certain issues. So we've gone hard so far on the Venezuelan gang issue in Aurora, Colorado. I covered that extensively. We're also going to go kind of hard today on the housing first issue.
And angles that they're going with. And so I think they're going to be the first to scapegoat immigrants, homeless people, secret radical Antifa terrorists, whoever the
oh God, Chad, if they could blame this on Antifa somehow, they'd be so happy.
Narrative, coalesces around being responsible for these fires, and instead of capitalism and fossil fuel executives, that's who they're going to go after. Why? Because it's easier. It's easier to get people riled up about that. People are sick of hearing about how the rich are the cause of all this. We all know that. All the Republicans know it too. They're just sick of hearing it. They're bored of that. So it's more fun to imagine a radical group of underground terrorists who are setting fires because they want to bring America down. But the truth is, we've created a climate where even if people are doing that, we've dug our own grave, because all you got to do is set one tree on fire, and next thing you know, half of Los Angeles is burning. That's an exaggeration. But the point remains that The reason we're in this situation is because we are changing the climate for the worse. We are making the earth less habitable for ourselves. And people like Cenk and Anna want to use what's left of their progressive credibility to take your attention away from that because they know there's money to be made in that niche. Mic drop.
I like everything about this video. I like the animation. I like the music. I like the message. I like the presentation. I like the writing. Yeah, no, this is amazing. This is amazing. Let me go ahead and I'm going to drop this link for you one more time to make sure that as many of you as possible go and follow Ebb and Flow. Oops. Copy link address. There we go. All right, so there you go, chat. Boom. That's Ebb and Flow's channel. Definitely highly recommended that you follow. All right, so now jumping off the point that was made about the fire. And the story that had started to circulate yesterday about a possible arsonist responsible for one of the fires. Yeah, I think it's the Kenneth one, Shakespeare. I think that's right. All right, so man detained near Kenneth fire, not accused of arson. So the person that they had in custody, the person that was detained, not being accused of arson. Man who was detained by citizens shortly after a fire. Yeah, there's a wild story about this. Like multiple people like jumped on this guy or something. The man who was detained by citizens shortly after a wildfire exploded. After a wildfire exploded, he didn't explode. The wildfire. The way that this is written, you can't tell whether it's the wildfire that exploded or the man. But no, I'm telling you, it's the wildfire near Calabasas and West Hills is not accused of starting the fire. Much like Billy Joel, he in fact did not start the fire. Authorities announced Friday morning, Los Angeles police responded to Woodland Hills around 4:30 p.m. Thursday when a 911 caller said a man was attempting to light a fire on the 21700 block of Ibarra Road, police said. Residents who spotted the suspect held him down until officers arrived. Photos shared on the Citizen app showed officers surrounding a home where the man was handcuffed. We were sitting around in the backyard, and suddenly we hear a car come to a screeching halt, and this guy is running out saying, "Stop, drop what you're doing. Neighbors, he's trying to start a fire. Call 911. Recalled Renata Grinchpun. You know, chat, I'm afraid that regardless of this guy being cleared of guilt, I have a feeling that this conspiracy theory is going to stick around. Who witnessed the incident. At the same time, several miles west, firefighters from LA and Ventura counties were racing to contain the Kenneth fire, which threatened homes on the north of the 101 freeway. The fire was ultimately halted at 1,000 acres, and no structures were lost. At a news conference Friday morning, LAPD Divisional Chief Dominique Choi said police investigated the case, interviewed the suspect, and ultimately decided he would not face arson charges. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson. Instead, the man was arrested on felony probation violation. The investigation is ongoing, Choi said. I would like to thank those community members that were involved, bringing this person to our attention. The case of the Kenneth fire remains under investigation. Crews across Southern California continue to battle two of the most destructive wildfires in California history: the Palisades fire in Pacific Palisades and Malibu, and the Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena. As of Friday, the cause of both fires were still undetermined, but you can tell what the right wing's trying to do with this. Right? They want to blame it on immigrants. They want to blame it on any number of scapegoats. So we will be on the lookout for that. Yeah, chat. So, like I said, Natalie gave me this old TYT, and it's still on their YouTube channel. Right? This isn't an archive. This isn't a re-upload. This is something that TYT has kept on their channel and just like had no problem with. Try this one more time. No, it's not the right one. Sick. All right. So let's take a look at the poll, see if anything has changed, see what people are voting for. Again, if you haven't voted already, the poll is available on my YouTube channel. Come over to the YouTube channel, make your voice heard. I want to know what you, which one of these topics you want. So far, in first place, we have conservatives blame lesbian firefighters at 58%. In second place, we have a visit to the spankologist, a friend of the VOD, Brace Belden, visiting a spankotherapist of sorts, right? In third place, we have What If Alt Hits Magnum Opus, part 2, I guess, the Odin trip. Or would it be part 3 for us, I guess, right? And in fourth place, we have the true identity of Adrian Dittman. What's going on with this Adrian Dittman thing, right? Because there's been more developments. And some of them a little contrary, so interesting stuff. We live in interesting times. But anyway, I just wanted to read you off the results of the poll so far. I also wanted to thank my Patreons while I had a chance here. Patreons, you help me keep body and soul together, sometimes literally. And I appreciate you greatly for it. You also have some new content coming your way. I'm editing a video right now involving Ethan Klein and the Mika's Rhetoric story. So that's coming your way. You're going to get it first if you're my Patreon, right? All my Patreons get the videos before they even come out. And every Patreon who's at the $5 or greater level, I give you a shout out. So fancy shouts out to Oral Solipsis, fancy shouts out to Tracy Eva, to Temporal Insanity, to Funky Monkey, to Shakespeare, to Nadia, to Moe Noape, to Just Julie, to Jules K, to Hot Ham Radio, to Good for Gabby, to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Patreons, you are awesome, and I appreciate you greatly. So shouts out to you. And that was pretty epic. I mean, can we do one more? I feel like doing one more. Yo, Bernie Barbie, thank you for the Prime sub. As you know, I've been demonetized on Twitch, so anything you can throw my way, whether it be a Prime sub or bits or gifted subs, it's much appreciated. Much appreciated, because yeah, again, they want your girl to be demonetized, right? They want to chase us all off Twitch. They want to make streaming politics on Twitch impossible. And this is where I got my start. So much appreciation to BKK for the that's for conservatives blame lesbian firefighters. All right. So here's how this works. And thank you for helping me illustrate this point, BKK. I just added 3% to conservatives blame lesbian firefighters because that's what BKK told me to do. And if you donate, you can tell me to add your donation to any one of these topics, any one of these topics up here, right? You could also say Vox Populi if you want to fight against the corrupting influence of money on our dono goal, right? You can also counteract the donations and make it so that the vote counts more. But yeah, right now, conservative blame lesbian firefighters in first place. Let's get going. Let's get on, and let's watch what I've been hyping up for all this time, which is this.
Speaking authoritatively,
this video,
things that they genuinely know nothing.
So I'm gonna say I also really like this channel. All right, they're almost at 100K subscribers. So I'm gonna give you this link as well. I'm giving you way too much to do, chat. This is homework. This is homework, but this is Britney Page's channel. I would highly recommend you follow it. I feel like I've been impressed. I've been massively impressed by the quality of Britney's content. So let's see what we got here.
Nothing about, but it's even more mind-boggling when they denigrate a thing while simultaneously recognizing the success of it without even knowing. My name is Britney Page, and this is the Page Perspective. It's a new year, and like any other year, there will be good and bad, and we don't know what's in store, but I'm looking forward to being here with you, and I'd really appreciate it if you would take just a moment to click subscribe. The button is below. If you haven't done it already, it's free, and it helps me in my battle against
Eric121, it's appreciated, but as always, take care of yourself, your family, your friends, your neighbors. Take care of everyone in your world first.
The YouTube algorithm so that more people can see what I'm putting out, but also it helps me get to my goal of 100,000 subscribers. Place your bets in the comments below for when you think I'll reach my goal and help me get there. Thank you so much. So I did a video about Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian over at the Young Turks in November of 2023. This was the first time their very misguided takes on homelessness came across my radar. Since then, Anna has identified herself as unaligned politically, and Cenk has been making the rounds, appearing with people.
She doesn't realize how cringe that looks. It's kind of like, I feel like maybe you could get away with this back in the Dave Rubin days. I feel like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, like, what am I trying to say?
Kel super chatted $5. Just out of curiosity, does anyone in your life call you Rennie?
Yes, actually. Good question, though, Joshua Keller. Anybody want to guess who it is in my life that calls me Rennie? I bet you can guess who that is, but thank you for the super chat. No, I never got called this in college because there was another, there was somebody whose name was just straight up Rennie. And so it would have been confusing.
Like Charlie Kirk on stage at right-wing events, all while maintaining the slogan that TYT is the home of the progressives. But we have more disinformation.
And thank you for the super chat.
It's a problem because not only are we fighting a well-funded right-wing media machine that misinforms the public about the causes and solutions of poverty, we have media figures who say that they're on the left, contributing to the spread of misinformation as well. So I'm going to break down a few moments in this new segment that Cenk and Anna did on homelessness. But first, to give you some context, in this segment, they are discussing the new report from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, the 2024 Annual Homelessness Assessment Report to Congress. This report dominated headlines because, well, it's devastating. The key findings show us that the number of people experiencing homelessness on a single night in 2024 was the highest ever recorded. Reading from the report. A total of 771,480 people, or about 23 of every 10,000 people in the United States, experienced homelessness in an emergency shelter, safe haven, transitional housing program, or in unsheltered locations across the country. People and families with children had the largest single-year increase in homelessness. Between 2023 and 2024, 39% more people and families with children experienced homelessness. Overall, the numbers of people experiencing homelessness increased by 18%. That 18% increase is on top.
Good for Gabby re-upping the NoCom membership and putting it to good use in promoting lesbianism. No, in promoting the conservatives blame lesbian firefighters topic for this evening. Thank you.
Top of the 12% increase we saw in January 2023. You may have heard of the point in time count. That's how we get these numbers on a single night in January. There's an effort across the nation to count the number of people who are homeless. And as we can see, we have the highest number ever recorded. And I'm not going to get into this aspect of it, but many people were not actually counted. And I'll flash up this headline and I'll add it to my sources in the description of the video so you can read it yourself. But I am briefly highlighting this so you know that this does not include everyone who is homeless. The number is likely higher. But what does this report say about the reasons for this increase? Well, the report cites several factors, with the main factor, of course, being the housing affordability crisis, rising inflation, stagnating wages, and the, quote, persisting
Today
effects
we're talking about
racism.
recent comments.
They also cite natural disasters and the rising number of people immigrating to the United States, as well as the expiration of essential support programs put into place during the pandemic. Many people have led with the migrant crisis as the main factor here, and I would treat any person who does that with skepticism. While immigration certainly factors into increases in places like New York City, Chicago, Denver, there are several states that saw record levels of homelessness that were not impacted by an influx of migrants. States like Idaho or Kansas, for example. So Jink and Anna begin their segment talking about this report and focusing really on the immigration aspect. And then they pivot to a discussion on other factors that contribute to homelessness. And they hone in on what they believe are the missteps in attempts to address the homelessness crisis, specifically a reliance on the housing first model. And let's just start there. We'll be addressing both Anna and Cenk today, but we will start with Anna. Watch this.
I think the failure of the housing first policy is that it pursues a one size fits all approach to this issue. And this isn't a simple issue. This is actually a much more complex issue. We do need to build more housing. There's no question about that. But there are people who are struggling on the streets with severe addiction or severe mental health issues. So if you are someone who has a severe mental health condition, right? Let's say paranoid schizophrenia or something like that.
So there we go. It would be nice to help the homeless, but they've all got severe mental health issues. And you know what that means. You can't help them, I guess? They got to prove themselves. They got to pull themselves up by their bootstraps first. Prove themselves worthy. Prove themselves housing ready. I mean, that's basically what we've gotten from Anna Kasparian so far.
Like that, you haven't been getting the medical care you need. Just taking you and putting you in a apartment unit is not going to solve the problem.
Anna, truly, how are you still saying this? Taking someone who is ill and putting them in an apartment, and that's it, that is not housing first. Listen to the phrase that you are using. Housing first. It is.
If it's first, it implies there's other things. Use your brain. Use your brain. If it says first, otherwise it would be like housing only. It's not what it's called.
Not housing only. This is so irresponsible of you. And you've had so much time to learn about the model that you continue to denigrate. And yet here you are, still misrepresenting it in the most ignorant and cringeworthy fashion. In my video from November of 2023, I do a deep dive on housing first and Sam Simbaris, the creator of the model. So You can watch that if you want the deep dive. But briefly, Housing First was created as a response to what is called housing readiness. And that's just what it sounds like. It's a model where you have to prove that you are ready for housing before getting it. This would look like someone struggling with severe mental illness or addiction having to prove medication or treatment compliance. So they're going to their appointments, they're taking their medication, they have to prove that first, or having to meet sobriety conditions. So they have to be sober first prior to receiving housing assistance. Housing readiness is what many people think is right because we've been trained to look at people who are struggling
For a second there,
ask them to prove to us that they're
for a second there, I was like, what is an HO3?
one of the good ones. They're one of the ones worthy of help. Housing First.
So yeah, do you get the difference, right? To get any help under the model that Anna seems to be, and this is me giving her a lot of credit because she hasn't really said what she supports, but like under the housing ready model, you are proving your sobriety. You are proving your compliance with any sort of treatment programs before you get that housing. And like, I feel like it makes any sort of success in any sort of treatment a lot less likely. Don't you, chat? Really think about it, right? If somebody's getting some sort of treatment, if somebody is, working on their sobriety, is that going to be easier in a house or is that going to be easier on the street? It's not that hard. It's not that hard. And yet Anna tries to make this ridiculous straw man. Also, thank you for the super chat, Parthenon, and thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Parthenon/Yop. Nessie, you just got weaseled. Silent Storm 1313, you just got weaseled. Tobias Raff, you just got weaseled. Hattie, you just got weaseled. And Wanda M, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
Came along and said, wait, how are people supposed to demonstrate medication or treatment compliance or adherence to sobriety conditions while still enduring the instability of not having a stable and safe place to live? Wondering where they will get their next meal.
Oh, HO3 is obviously homeowner times 3. Oh, so if you own 3 or more homes, you're an HOE. I get it.
Wouldn't it make more sense to first ensure that the basic need of shelter is met, while at the same time providing wraparound services to assist with mental health conditions or addiction issues? Mental health conditions and addiction issues are not ignored in a Housing First model. In fact, Housing First exists to make it easier to address those very
Here we go.
It's just that you don't have to.
There we go. Chat knows what chat knows what we're talking about. All assistance does require permanent address after all, Anna. Yeah.
Go through this phase of proving your worthiness for housing to get it. You exist. So you are worthy of housing. That's Housing First. But that doesn't stop Cenk from joining in to say, no, actually, Housing First is totally useless.
On Housing First, that's a third problem. Because a lot of folks have tried Housing First and they go, don't ask if they've got mental health issues or addiction issues, and no, let's just put them into houses first. But it doesn't address the underlying problem. And almost no one has addressed the mental health crisis.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of talk from our side, the left, about, oh, we've got to address that. But no one ever actually does, right? They do the housing first, but they never follow up with the mental health funds. So then, that creates a problem where people don't even stay in the houses. So we can get more into
my experience.
They don't ask if they have mental health or addiction issues. Could it be any more obvious that Cenk has never worked with this population? The problem here is that Cenk and Anna take selective examples of fraud or misallocations of funds for homelessness services, and then they generalize that as a widespread problem. They take selective examples of programs not operating as they should and say, look, this is evidence that Housing First does not work. Are there programs not operating as they should? Of course. Are there programs engaged in fraud and misallocating funds? Of course, and that's wrong. But we can't generalize specific issues.
I don't blame you for that, Jen. We'll be switching it up a little bit after this.
Here and there and say, this is why housing.
But I just really want to drive this point home because Anna's been talking about this stuff and she does not know, like the kindest interpretation is that Jink and Anna don't know what they're talking about. Because if they do know what they're talking about, they're straight up lying, right? They're either just phenomenal liars or they just don't, they're talking about shit they don't even understand, right? And obviously, Britney Page is coming out this good faith, making the assumption that this is just something they are ignorant of.
First doesn't work, especially when the two people saying that don't even understand the basics of the model. Why would you point to a program that isn't effectively implementing housing first to say that housing first doesn't work? You'd want to first make sure that the program you're evaluating is actually implementing housing first as it should be implemented, right? Before determining whether or not that model works, right? But what's so weird about his rant is that Cenk actually uses two examples of housing first working to illustrate that it doesn't work. And he doesn't even know he's doing it. Let's start with his Houston reference.
How do you treat folks? And so we're going to get into that a little bit. Do you do housing first, or do you try to get them medical treatment or addiction treatment, et cetera? And I think that overall, there's some cities that have done a wonderful job. Houston got rid of their bureaucracy, mainlined it, and actually got homelessness down by 40% at one point.
So again, framing housing first as housing or medical treatment, housing or addiction help, rather than housing and medical treatment or housing and addiction.
Or if you even want to think of it in an Anna Kasparian framework where you're skeptical, then you could say housing facilitating treatment. Housing in order to succeed with said treatment.
Help, because that's what it is. But Cenk, you like to present yourself as a reasonable guy, right? Who wants to find common ground. You want to follow the
only with right-wingers.
The evidence where it leads, right? So I hope that you will correct the record here. You are referencing Houston's success in reducing homelessness while criticizing and misrepresenting housing first. But housing first is the reason for the success in Houston. Don't take my word for it.
So attributing projects that don't use the housing first model for the failure of housing first, attributing projects that do use housing first as being, as being successes for the housing readiness model. It's so backwards. It's almost, it just begs the question of, is this really just ignorance? I mean, maybe, right? But it could also be more than ignorance. And given the fact that they got paid by Katzenberg, this is the thing. And chat, again, I would love to show you the video I watched. Unfortunately, it's by I watched this video exposing Cenk and Anna on their terrible takes on the homeless. And it ends up, it's by a Jimmy Dore fan. And you know what that tells me? You know how we're always like, well, what's the right person to compare TYT to, right? Are they more of a Dave Rubin? Are they more of a Glenn Greenwald? Are they more of a like Jimmy Dore, right? And it turns out, no, they're worse than Jimmy Dore, actually. They are worse than Jimmy Dore, at least on this one issue. They're more reactionary than Jimmy Dore.
Take the word of the people who are on the ground doing the work. The people who are quoted in this CBS News article from April 2024. Quote, "For Houston, it's one more piece of evidence that its strategy for solving its homelessness problem works. Kelly Young, who heads Houston's Coalition for the Homeless, says it's a model that the rest of the nation should look at and follow. Quote, "We were one of the worst in the nation to begin with in 2011, 2012, Young said, and now we're considered one of the best. What happened? In 2012, the city went all in on a concept called housing first. Since then, homelessness is down 63% in the greater Houston area, and more than 30,000 people have been housed. Quote, "Our natural instinct when we see homelessness increasing is to hire more outreach workers and to build more shelter beds," said Mandy Chapman Semple, the architect of Houston's success story. She now advises other cities on how to replicate it, among them Dallas, New Orleans, and Oklahoma City. Quote, "The idea that if you have no permanent place to live, that you're also going to be able to transform and tackle complex mental health issues, addiction issues, complex financial issues, it's just unrealistic." Exactly. And Cenk is right about a piece of this. He mentioned the cutting of the bureaucracy element. And yes, Houston gathered several disparate organizations and placed them under one umbrella where they work together to solve this problem. But those organizations work together on housing first. What could it be that has Cenk fully aware of one aspect of this and totally wrong about the rest?
It's, I mean, at best compartmentalization, and yeah, at worst, he's a paid liar.
Could it be
remember, this is Katzenberg's issue. This is Katzenberg's issue. Katzenberg is, against camping. Katzenberg is against a lot of what, just, the right of homeless people to exist in a lot of cases.
Something like, I don't know, motivated reasoning is in his dedication to his pre-existing beliefs about housing first. Is that interfering with his ability to onboard new information? I don't know. It happens to the best of us. We're only human. But wait, Cenk references another example of success, and this time we're looking at veterans.
One is we're not directing the money to the right places, and you could tell because with veterans we do.
Yeah.
We actually do a very good job, and the number of veterans that are homeless now have gone down significantly, okay? And that's because there's bipartisan support for that. Not only does it get more funding, but there's more concern about where the funding goes and the fact that it actually goes to help veterans, as opposed to in California, you give money to homelessness and it just disappears into a black hole, right? And never to be seen again, no one ever gets housed, it's just absurd. But it's direct to veterans, it works. Mm-hmm. So the funding can work, but you've got to make sure that it's actually going to the right place. And then finally, on housing first, that's a third problem.
Housing first is the problem, guys. Veterans, that's where we're really seeing success in reducing homelessness, and it's because of...
Yeah, we should do more veterans and less housing first. Oh, unless the veterans were maybe helped by housing first.
Bipartisan support and funding? Cenk, again, please, the US Department of Veteran Affairs has been successful at reducing veteran homelessness because of housing first.
Okay, so now when I referred to the one major success story, this is what I was talking about. And yeah, it should be a more, there should be more universal programs available. But unfortunately, this is the one area in which housing first has been implemented. We're going to take a look at a second at what that looks like in real life for somebody being put in a home, being put in an apartment, being given the keys to their home for the first time, I believe, in 22 years. Somebody that's been without a home for that much time.
Let's look at this article from December 2023 from va.gov. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, VA, is committed to ending homelessness among veterans because it is our nation's duty to ensure all veterans have a place to call home. VA's efforts to prevent and end veteran homelessness are built around the evidence-based housing first approach. Pretty straightforward. Let's look at the HUD press release on the homelessness report from just about a week ago. Quote, "Through targeted funding and interventions that utilize evidence-based practices, homelessness among veterans dropped to the lowest number on record."
So yeah, Anna and Cenk are talking about people throwing money away. They're just throwing money at a problem. This is kind of the opposite. This is evidence-based.
There was a nearly 8% decrease from 35,005.
And the evidence is that this works. Now, if it works with veterans, why not Why not more than just veterans?
574 in 2023 to 32,882 in 2024 in the number of veterans experiencing homelessness. Among unsheltered veterans, the number dropped to nearly 11%, from 15,507 in 2023 to 13,851 in 2024. This year, HUD has helped connect nearly 90,000 veteran households to stable rental homes through the HUD Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program. The Department of Veterans Affairs announced that it has permanently housed 47,925 veterans experiencing homelessness in 2024, marking the largest numbers of veterans housed in a single year since 2019. And back in October, the VA shared the story of Coast Guard veteran Grady Kendall, who used that program, the HUD Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, a housing first program. I will link to it in the description so that you can read about it. There is no shortage of information out there about the VA following a housing first model and that they have been successful doing so. You know, toward the end, they start to talk about compulsory mental health treatment, the need for mandatory mental health treatment for those on the streets. And Anna mentions that some on the left don't like this idea, but it's an important piece of the puzzle. And that's what's so strange about how they continue to talk about this issue without educating themselves. You know, Sam Simbaris, the psychologist who created Housing First, he admits that yes, there are people who need a higher level of care, people who need institutionalization. And while I'm on the left and I have concerns about compulsory mental health treatment being widespread and being abused and possibly capturing people who would be better served in a less restrictive environment, I do recognize, like Sam Simbaris, that of course there are people who need a higher level of care. If you're watching this on a Friday, that means I'm at an inpatient psychiatric hospital working directly with people who are there involuntarily doing gardening therapy groups. And this is where a lot of my frustration comes in. I would give Cenk and Anna more of a break if this was a one-off situation and then they worked to correct themselves. But they are clearly motivated to represent homelessness a certain way to their audience and ignore the evidence that contradicts their pre-existing worldview. We are facing an uphill battle when it comes to educating people about poverty already. We have a Supreme Court.
And this is what I hate about Cenk and Anna. They're looking for the path of least resistance on everything. When you make an argument in the background of massive public ignorance, and this is one issue where there's ignorance. Like, people don't know what housing first is. People don't know what housing readiness means. People don't understand the policy, right? They don't understand the policy. They understand when they see homeless people in their city and they don't like it. And some of them understand maybe that it's not the fault of those people and that the system is what should be blamed. The government, the system of the mode of production is what should be blamed, right? But as far as understanding the minutia, they don't. And so Cenk and Anna can go ahead and make this argument. Oh, you know, the money that they're using supposedly for homelessness? Guess what? It's not really doing anything. It's being thrown away. It's being pissed on, right? And people love that. People love that message. So they're like, oh, geez, I thought I was going to have to do something. I thought that this was a big issue, a big deal. We were supposed to do something. It turns out that these people aren't worth helping at all. They're giving people the easiest message that they possibly can, which is sit back on the couch, Jack. Stop trying to be a do-gooder because it's not helping anyone. That's what they're telling people. People love hearing that shit. People love having a scapegoat. People love having their ignorance reinforced. Whether it's about trans people, whether it's about immigrants, whether it's about crime. People love that shit. People eat that shit up. That's what TYT is doing on so many different levels. And yet their lies fall apart in the face of the truth and in the face of a little compassion and some solidarity.
That just gave the green light to cities to criminalize homelessness. We live in a society where When it comes to the cost of resources and support, we struggle to allocate the cash, and we ask if it's really necessary or what conditions should be put on it to ensure that someone is worthy. When it comes to punishment, we spare no expense. This is an almost 12-minute segment from the home of the progressives, and housing affordability is barely discussed. Rental assistance, funding for rental assistance, or the need for rent control, that's not discussed at all. They read briefly from a New York Times article summarizing the report, not the actual report. Did they read the report? You have to wonder. Instead, most of this segment is dedicated to attacking a version of Housing First that doesn't exist. It's dedicated to attacking...
So in other words, it's dedicated to sliming the best efforts of compassionate people to get a basic necessity to people who don't have it. Which, you know, if you understand the hierarchy of needs, is pretty damn important.
A model that Cenk doesn't even know is responsible for the success of the decreases in homelessness that he's referencing in Houston and for veterans. It's frankly embarrassing, and it's dangerous. A homeless woman was set on fire in New York City. I just did a video about a cop giving a citation to a woman in labor who was living on a mattress under the freeway because she's homeless. This is a crisis. Talk to the people who are doing this work in Houston. Talk to Sam Simbaris. Stop looking for ways to protect your pre-existing views and do better, please. I'd love to know what you all think about this. I have a new voicemail number.
Yeah, I think this is great, but there's zero chance that Cenk and Anna are ever going to respond to this. That being said, let me give you this link again. All right. I want to see Britney's videos get more views on them. This one has 76K views. That's a good start. But yeah, this message needs to get to more people. Speaking of people, let's take a look at what Housing First looks like. So like Britney said, the mass scale implementation of this idea, of this model in the US was done by the Veterans Administration. So this is a homeless veteran being given the keys to the first apartment that he's lived in apparently 20 plus years.
He's out hiding. And, you know, when I was talking to this morning, I was trying to get, you know, where did you go? Whoa, 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 whoa. That's him. Where? Right here, right up there. Right up there to your right? Yeah. You want to stop? Yeah, but pull up. Let me just go. Because you're the one I actually trust. You're going to make me cry, Lanny. Because you're making me cry. I love you. I love you too, Lanny. And I don't want anything bad to happen. Tell me what you're going to help me with. Anything else? Well, we're close. We're closest we've been in 3 years to get you into housing. Okay. We're the closest we've been.
You see, like this guy has been working on housing for Lenny for 3 years.
I was a street outreach worker, and our mission in that previous program was to identify.
So that is the he's founder to Pathways to Housing, but also I think he's the Britney said he's the inventor of the Housing First model.
People that were particularly vulnerable because of their mental illness or addiction, and if we felt they might be a danger to people, we would take them to Bellevue Hospital. 2 or 3 weeks after the hospitalization, that same person would be back on the street. The repetition of that cycle began to be very disturbing and began to raise a number of questions of like, what are we doing? Maybe you have a little short-term gain, but
So yeah, the concern that Anna has is that like maybe you're spending money that doesn't end up doing anything good, right? And like there is one way to do that, and that is to, offer these kind of services outside of any housing opportunities. Because whatever problems that you solve with treatment are very likely to be made worse or re-aggravated or to come back when the person is thrown out with no place to go.
that person just spent 30 days in the
You want the money that you're spending. Oh yeah, check this out.
hospital at $1,500.
Yeah, add this up.
That's $45,000. We could have bought them a condo.
So yeah. So what Anna's talking about, like, is potentially spending $45,000 to have the person walk out the door at the end of it and go back and to living on the streets. Right? Like he said, you could have bought this person a condo.
Certainly you paid the rent for a long time.
Or yeah, more likely I would say condos are expensive. Maybe not in a big city, but you could have definitely done better by them in terms of putting that money to housing first. And like people in chat are saying, wraparound services that come with that housing.
What we decided to do was to start listening to the people on the street and take our cue.
Look at how far we've come, says McGoggles, blaming lesbian firefighters for being bad, instead of saying the fire is God's punishment for having any gay people in society. Such progress.
About what to do from them. It led very, very quickly to the idea that housing is the most important thing to a homeless person, regardless of mental illness or addiction or anything else. And once they're housed, they'll consider it. Maybe treatment, maybe reconnecting with family, maybe having their kids come back, maybe looking for a job. But the first response was always housing.
Here we are in Lanny's new apartment, and he actually went and did put all his cupboards and stuff away. That's pretty amazing, man. And how long has it been since you've had an apartment?
Oh, seems like a century.
A century?
Yeah.
Well, almost has, because you were homeless since 2002.
Right.
That's insane.
Yeah, it is.
So, how you feeling?
Elated. Very good.
Yeah? It hasn't hit me yet.
I feel human again.
You feel human again. How did getting a set of keys make you feel different?
Yeah, what's the difference between a homeless person and a so-called member of society? The answer is a roof over their head. And obviously, there's more to it for a lot of people, and when these things can be combined with wraparound services, it works a lot better. But it seems like everyone's making this problem more complicated than it actually is. It's about math. And the math says that we've got enough resources to house everyone. And yet we're not doing it.
I was finally home. That I was finally in a place where I can start focusing on bettering myself.
The remarkable thing was that people did so well. People once housed began to have a life, even though they still suffered with addiction and mental illness. People have a functional ability that is quite separate from their diagnosis, it turns out. You can believe that the government is after you, or that there are people flying in from outer space and they're going to, take over the planet. And leaving all that aside, you can still go, get a ham and cheese sandwich and some French fries and have a meal, or go shopping and all of that. They are like two hands doing independent things. So that was a great surprise, and I think most gratifying was the fact that people can get housed immediately from the street, and they can be supported to keep that housing.
Yeah, this is a great channel, Invisible People. We first found this channel when, see if I can find it again. I think it's one of their biggest videos.
This is
Kensington.
Homeless to homeowner Kensington. They don't show you. Let's see. I feel like. Yeah, this is the video that we watched first from them.
The homeless crisis in our country has gone from bad to worse.
As the crisis deepens, so has the criminalization of homelessness.
RV after RV parked here because people have nowhere else to go.
New data shows that homelessness in the United States is at an all-time high.
But there's one country that has redefined how nations can tackle homelessness. Finland is one of the only countries in the world to significantly decrease homelessness. Invisible People traveled to Helsinki to investigate.
I was walking areas in the city. If it was America, you would have seen countless homeless people.
With the leaders who made it happen.
The worse the situation is, the more
That's actually a conservative politician.
important it is.
This is how different, you know, a Scandinavian country like Finland is from the U.S.
That you at least start a change.
Citizens living in housing first units.
Is your life better now in housing?
I don't wanna lie, it's not.
On everything.
And see that I mean, you could see, you know, it's like, you can see there's still problems, right? They're not trying to hide anything from you. They're not trying to dress this up in the most photogenic way possible. They're showing you real situations of people who've been given housing first. And yeah, sometimes there are more problems, and sometimes those problems take a long time to deal with. But their problems are going to be dealt with better and more permanently when the person has a roof over their head first. Anyway, great channel. I'm going to send you the link again to follow. There you go. Oh my God. Stigma against homeless people is so weird. They're just people without homes. I know. Fucking one paycheck for most people. It's a lot closer. Yeah, it's a lot closer than you think. Yeah, and like given the moves that capitalism is making, more and more of us are going to experience this. And I think the only reason that some people are okay with it is because they're like, it couldn't be me. It couldn't be me. It couldn't be anyone in my family. You know, it's like we're able to compartmentalize it and externalize it in a way that's just not healthy. Capitalism has an effect above and beyond the kind of economic alienation that we talk about sometimes of, you know, doing alienation proper to people as well, and separating us and making us feel like islands unto our own. And that is not a very functional mindset, because there's a lot of things that we need to do to make the world better, and we can only do those things together. No one person's going to accomplish what needs to be accomplished. So Brittany's got another video on TYT. I'm not sure if it's like she put out this video like a year ago. Sometimes, like, right, when you do a video, you might revisit the same topic and kind of cover mostly. You might kind of remake a video, right? Especially if it's an important video like this. So I'm not sure if this is new information or not, but if it is...
Comments from an online progressive commentator who misrepresented the housing first model for solving homelessness, which is unproductive, harmful, and disappointing. My name is Britney Page. This is The Page Perspective. That progressive commentator is Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, an online progressive news network. I haven't spent a lot of time watching TYT, but they're increasingly appearing in my feed as the two hosts there, Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian, spend more time talking about crime in California or the homelessness crisis. And of course, Cenk is now running for president. I don't know them personally, but they have built a very successful platform and certainly have a lot to be proud of in helping to advance progressive ideas and encourage people to support progressive policies. I think that's what makes this misrepresenting of Housing First so harmful and so disappointing. I came across this segment where Anna Kasparian discussed a recent article in the New York Times about the number of people living in their cars as housing becomes increasingly unaffordable, specifically in California. That New York Times article is an important read, by the way. It focuses on a woman who is employed as a social worker with the Washington state government, making over $72,000 a year, who found herself homeless living in her car with her daughter. I recommend you read it, but let's set that aside for now and let's hear Anna Kasparian's take on the homelessness crisis and what she views as the solution to the problem.
Homelessness is actually a complex problem, okay? Ignore what anyone on both sides of the political aisle, the extremes, have to say because they want to simplify it. It is not simple. There are some people who are just, they're priced out of the market. They have no other choice, so they're living in their cars, but they're not, dealing with any other issue. They just desperately want to get into housing. Then there are people who have severe mental health issues, and you have to deal with that issue in order to eventually get them into permanent housing. And then there are people who have serious drug addiction. They're not able to think correctly about their situation. They need a different.
Look, I mean, I would love it if this was Anna saying, I really fucking hate public-private partnerships. Let's spend some time, let's dedicate some resources, let's cover this on TYT of ways for the government to do this, right? I would love it if that was what her what her problem was with this. Unfortunately, there's nothing like that. There's no follow-up. There's no here's steps to take to end homelessness. And given who's paid TYT in the past, I don't know how else to take this, but that Anna is doing this as a pure distraction, as a pure no, don't spend money on programs for the homeless.
Form of help. They need rehabilitation. So the way that we've been handling this issue has been driving me so crazy because people want to simplify it, okay? No, housing first, housing first. Yes, for some, housing first, absolutely. For Audette, housing first, absolutely. But it doesn't work for everyone because there are other underlying issues. And finally, we need to build more housing. The reason why the prices have gone up and skyrocketed is because as we continue to increase our population.
But I gotta ask though, because isn't the problem not just that there's not enough housing units, there's not enough available housing, right? Some of the housing is being used as an investment and it's being sat on until the value goes up. Some of the housing is taken off the market for other reasons. It feels like the real in a world where housing gets sidetracked because it becomes an investment, does building more housing really solve any problems? I get what she's saying with supply and demand, but given the fact that part of the demand has to do the demand that we want to meet is the demand of people's needs, of their basic needs. People need a roof over their head. That's the real demand. But unfortunately, the demand is artificially elevated by all these investment groups and all these people using it as an investment. So you gotta do something about that too. You also gotta do something about one thing that lowers housing prices is when it has to compete with like a subsidized government program. So, how about rent control? How about
we don't
rental assistance?
Have enough places for people to live.
Yeah.
So build it.
Is that even true though?
So first, a point of agreement. Yes, absolutely. Build more housing, build more
affordable housing. There we go. Yeah, that's the key too.
Affordable housing, support low-income housing in your neighborhood, support rent control, support a lot of things that go hand in hand with affordable housing, but also support housing first. And yes, for everyone. Why? Well, because housing first does not mean housing only. And please, If you take one thing away from this video, let it be that housing first does not mean housing only. We cannot let this right-wing talking point win, especially in left-wing circles.
And this must have been really confounding because I can see Britney Page, even after a year, even having made this video a year ago and having made the video that I showed you first, like a week or so ago, a few weeks ago. This must be really frustrating. Thinking that this is all a mistake, that this is progressive content creators that just didn't do their research and they made a mistake and they accidentally put forward some right-wing talking points. From my perspective, there's nothing accidental about it. I get it why Britney is making that video that way. She's making the video in a way where ideally if Anna or Jink, were to see the video, there's like a face-saving way for them to apologize, right? So, that is appreciated, but I don't think there's any good faith to be found in TYT.
Now, Housing First is an approach to ending homelessness created in 1992 by clinical psychologist Sam Simbaris. Contrary to what you heard in that clip from Anna, Housing First began with the most vulnerable, and to some people, the most difficult population. A population that...
Yeah, $13 trillion to military. And Isaiah, did you see that police budget in the LA?
That often earns the title hard to reach or treatment resistant. But that population is where Housing First began, with people who were actually living on the street, who struggle with active psychiatric symptoms, with severe mental illness, and with substance use disorders. Housing First was big because it represented a departure from the typical approach to working with this population, which is called housing readiness. Now, with housing readiness, people had to meet certain criteria in order to indicate that they were ready for housing, whether that be sobriety conditions or treatment or medication compliance. Housing First changed the order of operations.
I also want to point out that she's coming at this from an educational perspective. And there are some subjects, there are some controversies, some arguments that require a certain level of understanding to even know what you're talking about. Housing First, I think it's one of them. And another one that I had to do some learning about myself was the medical model of disability, which is the general model that's put forward of how we tend to, in this society, see disability versus the social model of disability. And it's one of these things that once you understand it, it just like your eyes are open. Like you see things in a whole different way. And unfortunately, these are not the kind of subjects that can be taught in the context of an argument. In other words, were Britney Page to go on Piers Morgan and be in a debate against Anna Kasparian and or Jink Uger, there's no way that you're going to teach the things that people are missing in that context. This is something that doesn't need to be a debate. This is something that doesn't need to be a drama. This is something that people like Britney Page don't need to be attacked for. People that are trying to make Housing First happen don't need to be attacked for. It needs to be understood, because the only way that Jink and Anna's argument survives is if there's ignorance. That's what they're counting on time and time and time again. They are following the path of least resistance. They are exploiting your ignorance. They are making you less knowledgeable, less understanding, by just watching. That's the opposite of what news is supposed to be. You're supposed to learn something. You're supposed to understand things better. They're doing the opposite. They're just feeding into people's worst impulses. And unfortunately, too many people who consider themselves progressives are still falling into that trap. And if I could do one thing, chat, in regards to TYT, it is to let people know that they don't have to put up with that shit anymore. If you support TYT, if you're part of that community, you probably had some pretty good reasons for doing that in the past. And if that's who you are, just understand, I'm not here to criticize you. I'm not here to make fun of you. This is not team sports. I'm not here to laugh at you. I'm not here to dunk on the TYT fan. I'm here to try to reach you and to let you know you're going to have to go somewhere else to do what you want to do, because TYT they're not going in that direction anymore. They are doing harm. They're not just failing to do good. They're not just failing to educate people. They're doing the opposite of that. And they're doing it ostensibly, with this conflict of interest. They changed, they flipped. This was the thing about the Jimmy Dore fan video that I watched on this, being surprised that the Jimmy Dore fan had a better take on this than Chink and Anna, which, that says something, because Jimmy Dore's not great. But that Majority Report is way better. Yeah, but I don't want it to become team sports, right? I don't want them to think that this is about, like, this isn't like the Raiders versus the 49ers or the other sports team versus the other sports team. I don't know sports that well, chat. Apologies, I don't know sports that well, but this is about something infinitely more important. So yeah, what this channel did was actually correlate the point of view expressed by TYT prior to Katzenberg, right? They showed us how TYT dealt with issues like this prior to Katzenberg, which was not perfect, but pretty good. Very good comparatively. To how they treat these issues after Katzenberg. And it's night and day. It's really hard to deny that there's a serious conflict of interest in where they've been getting their money. Um, 15 million vacant homes, 800, almost 800,000 homeless.
In that it did not require that someone experiencing mental illness or substance use first get sober or graduate through a series of programs to ensure that they have reached some semblance of stability to prove that they are ready for housing. No, it said in order to gain that stability, you first need shelter. You need housing. And with housing, we will offer services to address mental health and substance use issues. And if you just think about this logically, it makes more sense, right? I mean, how in the hell did we ever think it was best for someone to get sober or remain medication compliant or stay in treatment when they don't know where they're going to sleep that night? When they are daily at risk of violence, exposed to the elements, have to strategically plan how they will use the bathroom and where. Housing first does not mean that you walk up to someone experiencing psychosis, offer them a key, put them in an apartment, and say, good luck. It means you get them housed to provide that initial stability that then creates a foundation from which they can receive help to address their additional needs. That's it. But this is the problem with listening to commentators, even ones who call themselves progressive, who often lack the education or experience necessary to accurately opine on these issues. So let's turn to the expert on this, clinical psychologist Sam Simbaris, who I mentioned before, the man who is credited with creating the Housing First model. He appeared on the podcast 99% Invisible a few years ago, and he talked about the population that Housing First targets.
Here's the criteria. No matter what the person looks like, if you see they're able to survive on the street by virtue of their survival on the street, in that tent or in that park, and as smelly and as awful as they look, if they're surviving on the street, they can definitely survive in an apartment.
So let's stop playing this game. We can all...
Here's something else I want to point out. Like, homelessness is not something that exists as a bug in the system. It's not just like the architects of capitalism. There's one like remainder they're unable to divide, right? There's one, like it's not just a mistake. It's not something they're working on. It's not something that's going to get better. It's not something, oh, we just got to really supercharge the economy and then eventually we'll have full employment. Everybody will be, taken care of. Everybody will have work. Everybody will have money, right? It is there on purpose. It is there to keep you going to your job day after day, even if you hate your job, because this is the alternative. You can see the alternative. When the powerful, when the wealthy are more concerned that you might say, fuck off to your job, they're going to bring that more in your face. And they're going to provide people, human beings, as cautionary tales for why you need to stay in compliance with capitalism, whatever you need to do. If you have to, if you have to neglect your family, right? If you're unable to take care of yourself properly, no, you're going to be at that job. You're going to be compliant. And when you do this shit, where you start to see the poor as cautionary tales in, this was a bad person, that's why they're in this situation. It makes you feel like, well, I'm safer because I know I'm not like that person. I'm not a bad person. And it also, keeps you running in that rat race, right? This is inflicted on us on purpose.
Recognize there is a problem with people who live on the streets while experiencing severe mental health issues and substance use disorders, cycling in and out of hospitals, jails, and short-term treatment centers, who then end up back on the street in the same place they started. And as progressives, we want to help stop that cycle. We want to put an end to homelessness. So why would we disregard the housing first model that was created specifically to target populations that Anna seems to believe are harder to help? And listen, before you comment, Sam Sambaris agrees that there are some people who need more institutionalized care. Of course, there will always be people who need that. But he maintains that for most people, they do not need to be sober or medicated before being housed in order to successfully transition out of homelessness. And it isn't just him. The research backs this up. Housing itself provides that crucial initial stability.
Awesome Opossum, thank you for subscribing.
That then allows a treatment team to come in and assist with the remaining issues and concerns. And again, let's just turn to the evidence here. And as always, I link to all of my sources in the description of this video. I came across several articles that summarize the evidence well, but I think this one from the National Low Income Housing Coalition was the best because it references numerous studies and links directly to those studies in the document. Reading from that now, housing first programs reduce homelessness, increase housing stability, and improve quality of life for people who are experiencing homelessness. Evidence from a systemic review shows housing first programs more effectively reduce homelessness and improve housing stability for unhoused individuals. Housing first programs also lead to reduced hospitalization and use of emergency health departments by people experiencing homelessness. A 2021 study found that housing first programs decreased homelessness by 88% and improved housing stability by 41% compared to treatment first programs. A recent study found that housing first programs not only substantially reduced veteran homelessness, but also prevented a large increase in veteran homelessness. Both older and younger adults experiencing homelessness benefit from Housing First. Housing First can lead to better treatment outcomes. While an earlier study found no difference in treatment outcomes between Housing First and high
6 more points for the lesbian fire chief.
Barrier programs, some more recent studies indicate that Housing First participants are more likely than others to report reduced usage of alcohol, stimulants.
Super chatted $15. I donate to God King Rudyard, but I know my tribute is in vain. Stay golden, Rudyard.
Stay golden, Rudyard. All right, so that is 29 points for conservativist blame lesbian Foo Fighters. Sorry, chat. Whenever I see FF, I think of Foo Fighter. Foo Fighters. Sorry, not the band, but the JoJo character. Anyway, and then 15 for What If Alt Hiss, Odin Trip.
And opiates. Again, here we have Housing First can reduce healthcare and other costs. A systemic review found that the economic benefits exceed the intervention cost for Housing First programs in the U.S., with societal cost savings of $1.44 for every.
Also, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the super chat.
Dollar invested. The average cost savings to the public ranges from $900 to $29,400 per person per year after entry into a Housing First program. And we can go deeper into specific cities like Houston, which is a great success story when it comes to implementing Housing First. Reading from the New York Times. Houston, the nation's fourth most populous city, has moved more than 25,000 homeless people directly into apartments and houses. The overwhelming majority of them have remained housed after 2 years. The number of people deemed homeless in the Houston region has been cut by 63% since 2011, according to the latest numbers from local officials. Even judging by the more modest metrics registered in a 2020 federal report, Houston did more than twice as well as the rest of the country at reducing homelessness over the previous decade. Why? Housing First. And I could keep reading study after study, but I'm hoping that you're getting the point here. Now, before we get to the conclusion, I want to play just a short clip from Cenk because we don't want to leave him out, and he said something that's a problem as well. So we can't let him off the hook either.
But guys, like for example, in LA, 60% of the homeless live in their cars. Now, and LA is a super expensive city, and that's part of the reason why they're living in their cars. But they're not living out on the street, and they're not going around refusing help. A lot of the people on the streets refuse help. Why?
If you know this, like it sounds pretty ridiculous. It sounds like that, right? This is one of the, like what he's saying is designed to make you say, oh, well, if they refuse help, what can I do? Back to the couch. I don't need to do anything. They refuse help. What more can you do? I guess, it's just like, right? These kind of lies that we tell ourselves. Right? That when you're talking about somebody refusing help, you're talking about them being offered a kind of health that denies them self-determination. A kind of help that is more trouble than it's worth, a kind of help that they can't access, a kind of help that they can't use. And again, when the hurdle is you gotta pull yourself up by your bootstraps first, and you don't even have bootstraps, like what the fuck are they telling you?
Why? Because they're having mental health problems or they're having addiction issues, and they want the quote unquote freedom to be able to stay on the streets and take drugs. That doesn't apply to everyone.
Being addicted to drugs, Cenk, I don't know if you know this, it's not freedom. It's not chosen. It's a situation that people are stuck in because of their situation. Which, yeah, if it includes being homeless, it's going to be really hard to stop that.
One in the streets, but it does apply, unfortunately.
No boots even. Yeah, Annabelle, good point. Good point. Edwin Rollins says, most people who refuse help do so for legitimate reasons, and the number of people, and then that's got to make you ask, like, she's bitching about public-private partnerships and some of these, like, third-party orgs. I mean, sometimes it really is their program that is fucked up in a way that makes it inaccessible to certain people, that has rules that they cannot follow. And unless you've been in that situation, don't tell me these people are refusing help.
To a big number, right?
No, not right. At least not without some sort of sourcing or stats on that. In my work as a therapist with this population, and in my work here on this channel or with my podcast, interviewing people who work in the field, it isn't that a large number of people want the freedom to do drugs. It's that they want the freedom to have their own space, to keep their belongings, to not have to lay on a cot in a
sometimes to keep their pet
room with dozens of people that they don't know, where they may be.
Like if you take a person and you say, hey, I can get you a place in a shelter, but Fido can't come along. I mean, what are you telling people? What are you telling people? Like, what kind of a fucked up choice is that? Leave your pet.
Assaulted and have been assaulted. It's that their mental health conditions are sometimes exacerbated by those conditions.
Ooh, good point.
And they cannot control their hallucinations.
Joshua Keller says, if help comes with strings attached, especially from Christian organizations, yeah, I'd bristle on that as well.
Or delusions, as is the case with one unhoused man who was featured in this New York Times article about one of my heroes, Dr. Jim O'Connell, a doctor in Boston who is a champion for the homeless community there. And I want to read just a brief portion of that article now. Once they got used to seeing O'Connell at their encampments, many rough sleepers would chat. He often asked why they preferred to sleep outside rather than in the shelters. The most common answer began with a question. Had Dr. Jim ever tried to sleep in a shelter with 100 other people in the same room? Well, they just couldn't do it. Almost always they would add that he shouldn't think they chose to live outside. Offer them someplace else besides a shelter and they'd gladly move in. The most striking explanation came from a man who slept under one of the Starrow Drive bridges, a sweet, soft-spoken fellow who suffered from schizophrenia. O'Connell had met him half a dozen times and given him coffee and blankets and socks and treated him for a few minor ailments. In the middle of a very cold night, afraid the man might die of hypothermia, O'Connell begged him to come to the Pine Street shelter, but the man demurred. Look, Doc, if I'm at Pine Street, I can't tell which voices are mine and which are somebody else's. When I stay out here, I know the voices are mine and I can control them a little. Has Jank considered that? Has he talked to people on the street himself? Has Anna?
I mean, that's such an obvious thing, right? That with a condition like schizophrenia, being in such close proximity to other people might actually be the hurdle, might actually be the stumbling block.
Have they learned from the experts, from people studying and researching and working in the field? Living in Los Angeles and seeing visible poverty in the street does not make one qualified to talk about the root causes and solutions of homelessness, especially when they're just flat out wrong about what they're saying. And I know Anna has shared her story of being assaulted by a man that she believed to be homeless and intoxicated while she walked her dog in her neighborhood. And that is terrible. It is disgusting. It should never happen to anyone. And I am so sorry that it happened to her. I understand that this issue feels personal to her. It's personal to me too. I lived in Southern California for over a decade, and now I live in Washington, D.C., both areas with significant homeless populations. But I come at this from a different perspective, and a lot of that is because of my education and my training as a therapist. I've worked with people who are homeless. I've worked with people facing eviction and teetering on the edge like so many people are right now. I've sat across from people who were experiencing severe mental illness, severe substance use issues, as well as homelessness. I've worked in institutionalized settings as well, including inpatient psychiatric facilities in both Southern California and here in DC. So this is, in fact, very personal for me. I see and have seen this suffering up close and personal. So I don't appreciate it when people who have massive platforms that can inform and shift the way people think, I don't like when they use that platform in a way that then feeds into this idea that we need to hold people accountable for their suffering, rather than going after the systems that are perpetuating the suffering. We could solve homelessness tomorrow if we wanted to, but we lack the political will. And part of the reason we lack the political will is because people aren't educated on this issue. We could increase.
That's what I was, that's what I was saying, right? And so often these political issues get turned into debates. And when that's a debate that the public is largely ignorant about, you can't have a meaningful conversation. All you have is slogans. All you have is talking points versus talking points. Whose talking points are the best?
Increase that political will. If online commentators, especially popular ones, stopped obscuring the reality of the solutions to homelessness and instead started championing the realities. So I would ask you to please share this video with someone you think needs to hear the message. Let's change some hearts and minds. What do you think?
Yeah, share this with this video with Shaky Gurga. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, definitely. I'm gonna hit you one more time with Britney Page's link if you want to go and follow Britney Page. Britney Page is doing some good work, and she's gonna hit 100K fairly soon, sometime soon. All right, so I'm looking at the bonus goal, and I'm noticing that we've hit it. Now, like, we're at 115 points right now, so I should mention that if we ever get to 200 points, we do in fact watch 2 different bonus segments. So that is still in play. That is still a possibility. But yeah, as Narwhal by Nature said, donating to What a Fault Hist, but knowing that it is it may not work out right now. There's so many people voting for conservatives blame lesbian firefighters. In fact, that's even gained a point since I last looked at it. It's at 86. It's at 86. What a Fault Hiss. Oh my gosh, Sasha G with the super sticker. I'm sorry, I'm like looking at the super sticker. I'm like, they look like they're somewhere warm, somewhere I would very much like to be. But yeah, it looks like conservatives blame lesbian firefighters is way ahead of everything else. Like I said, if we somehow get to 200 points, then we can watch a second segment. Looks like right now, second place. What is second place? Second place with the bonus points added is What a Fault Hiss Odin trip. So that's a possibility. It is a little bit I feel like the super stickers are designed to be mesmerizing, and I'm easily mesmerable, so to speak. Doesn't Sam Cedar always talk about the mesmer guy that mesmerizing is named after? Anyway, I think that we should do this story about lesbian firefighters. And who do we have for this story but Hasanabi himself?
The first thing that you look to in a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like responsible for the evacuation or the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath.
That dang DEI. Yeah, and look at the underlying assumptions with this DEI thing. I want to point this out. The underlying assumption of anti-DEI is that only white men can do certain things. Only white, straight, cis men can do certain things. It's like a weird proponents or antagonists of what they call DEI will often state that it's racist. You're giving somebody a job not by their merits, but because of their identity. And indeed, the irony of it is a lot of these jobs go to the people that they go to disproportionately white dudes because of the because of prejudice.
Yeah. So predictably, the conversation is not actually around climate change and its devastating impact on moments.
And again, chat, this is one of our only chances. This issue is one of our only chances to focus the conversation on climate change, to force the government to do something. This is one of our only chances. And it's being taken away from us with this bullshit.
Like this, which create massive drought and massive flooding first, and then massive drought shortly thereafter, which creates incredible fuel for this fire to burn. and continue burning. Erratic weather conditions and winds that go up to 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's right, Joshua. Ethan told me that Hassan supports terrorist pirates of the One Piece universe.
Obviously carry this fire across incredible distance in a very short period of time. But in all of this chaos, as we stare down, what previously used to be where hundreds of thousands of people lived, what are the American people looking to? What are they pointing the finger of blame at? Well, one of the things that they're pointing the finger of blame at is, of course, not climate change, but instead...
Oh, also, I should probably mention, so how did I find out about this video? Actually, it was recommended to me in Discord. In our Discord, we have a channel called Stream Suggestions, and when you post something in Stream Suggestions, as Sheila Hale just did, sometimes I watch it. Sometimes I see it. And I put it on the bonus content poll, and it wins. So
a lesbian DEI
shouts out to my Discord.
Firefighter. That's right. Conservatives have figured out that it's actually the fault of lesbian DEI firefighters. Doors open. Okay, that's right. I saw one tweet of it. Did you? Can you guys send it to me? I'm sure you've seen that tweet, right? This is the bridge all over again. Elon Musk has decided to blame regulations. These fires are easily avoidable, but nonsense regulations in California prevent action being taken. So year after year, homes burn down and more people die. Elon Musk, of course, is tackling the real issues, which is regulation. Can someone show where the lesbian firefighters are at? Yeah. Which we know on its face is bullshit. Have you seen the lesbian woodchoppers on Instagram? Okay, no. There was let me see if I can find it. I saw one tweet of someone blaming lesbian firefighters. Oh, I mean, here are a couple statements on it, but here's Derek Evans, who was arrested at the Capitol, if you recall, and lost his position as a former member of the West Virginia House of Representatives. Derek Evans is in the Capitol, he said on January 6, 2021. He was so stupid that he live streamed himself doing an insurrection and subsequently lost his job and even withstood some legal repercussions. But the situation is, of course, once again, Derek Evans is right here, finding the exact people to yell at. California residents are losing their entire neighborhoods. Do you think a single person has stopped to think, oh, well, at least we have a lesbian fire chief who hired a bunch of unqualified people based on DEI, or no water to fight the fires, but at least we saved a Delta smelt. Yeah, it's
oh God, you know about the smelts, chat? Like, there's a fish called a smelt, and it's been, I don't know, endangered or something. And what they're saying now is that, like, the lack of water is because of some kind of care taken towards the habitat of the smelt, I think. Yeah, this one's wacky.
Pesky. It's those pesky lesbian firefighters that are the problem here. Here's more.
It sounds like an episode of Family Guy.
Luckily, Los Angeles has its first female and LGBTQ fire chief. Rob Taylor responds, and that's significant. Why? I don't know her, but I hope she was just the best person for the job. If not, the community pays the price. Here is Libs of TikTok also making sure that everybody understands that the fire chief is a lesbian and therefore bad at her job, and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why these fires are ripping through the Palisades.
The department is launching its first ever diversity.
Yeah, because remember, these charges of DEI come out whenever there is a non-white straight male in an important job. Whenever that happens, it's automatically, they just got, like, they're not looking and inquiring what the situation of their employment was or anything like that. They're just assuming.
Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary.
I'm sorry. You are the most delusional person on the planet if you look at a fire. If you look at a fire that's ripping through these densely slammed neighborhoods, and your first inclination is, oh, I would sure hate that a lesbian woman is fighting these fires. Okay, you're out of your mind, dude. What are you talking about? I don't care what the background of the person is that's bravely that's braving the flames. Like, what are we doing at this point? It's one of the most insane. This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen.
So if you don't know, I mean, and I'm not like an expert on firefighting, but I know that it's kind of, there's a culture, right, around firefighting. It's a little bit of a monoculture. So it's a little bit of the same, kind of people. And it's not to say that firefighters are bigoted and that's why it is, or they're like, kicking anybody who's not like them out. But for that reason, it's really hard to get into a field where you are the exception, right? And I think from what I understand, this firefighting captain, her outreach that she's been doing has been in the service of finding other people that are qualified to be firefighters, but that might not have thought of it because, the firefighter has a certain profile. And indeed, if you're not that person, a lot of times you might not fit in. This is an attempt to kind of
absolutely no one
go outside the normal realm of recruitment.
Should care about this unless you are so pathetically lasered in on the background of the person. You care more about
Mexico sent firefighters
than the job that they're doing. Like imagine pointing the finger at the person who is currently fighting these wildfires as you sit at home thousands of miles away, safe. Okay? And being like, who's the real problem here? The people that are fighting these fires. Los Angeles recently appointed its very first female LGBTQ fire chief with the goal of recruiting more women and gay firefighters. Like, who cares? We need more firefighters in general. Who cares if they are gay or women or gay women?
And when you're tapped out on the guys that normally do this job, then you gotta look elsewhere. This is something they need to do this.
Or trans. Like, I don't care. Why would I care? Why would you care? When someone is pulling you out of a burning building, do you go, are you a homosexual, sir? Because if so, yuck. I would rather die.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Like, she's talking about the number of firefighters, not specifically the number of gay firefighters. She's saying there is not like a finite amount of firefighters necessary because we have wildfires that are massive.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is you just could not hire enough, right? However many people you hire, you're going to be better off with more people.
Okay? It doesn't matter what their background is. Isn't the worry that there might have been a more qualified non-DEI candidate? That is what they're trying to claim. But it is so stupid. It is so pathetically idiotic to make that assertion, especially when it comes to firefighting. Especially when it comes to firefighting in a place like Los Angeles. Okay? I have friends that have been able to get these jobs. These are some of the most difficult to get jobs on out of like any public service position. Okay? Any public servant position. Do you understand? Like, you think that they're lowering the qualifications because someone is gay? It doesn't matter what their background is. You still have to go through tremendous amounts of training. It takes years. It is insanely competitive. And also on top of that, I trust you. I don't know much about the hiring of these jobs. Just know that whenever someone says, oh, we're hiring the worst people possible because they're gay, they're wrong. That's just not how anything works. They're just assuming that because someone is gay or lesbian or trans.
They even cut the fire department budget, says 4 unwed cats. Okay, yes and no. Yes and no. The numbers that have been going around, right, this chart, my understanding is that, if you look at this chart, the top line item is, of course, the police, right? And this is increase. This isn't just their budget. This is their increase in budget, right? And then if you look down second to bottom, you see fire. Second to biggest cut is from fire. First biggest most massive increases to police, right? Now, the thing that I've been told about this number is that it doesn't include a union negotiation that was going on at the time when these numbers were taken. So my understanding is that with that, with what they negotiated with the union, it is a slight increase, but it is nowhere near the increase that we see for police. So yeah, in principle, that is true. It's directionally true, as they say.
Or whatever, that they're doing a worse job overall. That's it. It's just a way to imagine that these people are bad and worse for the position overall because of their background. That's it. That's it.
100 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel.
Yeah, the argument is that if you change who you are hiring exclusively, you have an unlimited well of potential that you can tap into. Even Michael Treacy is like, do you have any evidence that this person is incompetent at her profession? The bio says
even Michael Treacy, wow.
He's a 22-year vet of the LAFD and was previously battalion chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, and chief deputy. These cheap swipes based on identity traits are getting tiresome. Looking at a person who has spent the last 22 years of her career combating fires in one of the most competitive job markets out there, okay? One of the most competitive jobs.
They're like acting like she just walked off the street and she's like, I want to be a firefighter. And they're like, you want to be the chief? We got a DEI initiative that says that you got the most oppression identity points of anyone to apply. We're gonna make you chief. That's not how it works. This is somebody with a long and storied career already.
Job market's out there. It's still desperately underfunded. Firefighters should get funded more. They should be allowed to have unions and all of that good stuff. Okay. Having said that, however, this is one of the most, like, you have to be the most qualified person to be able to reach this level. And you look to this and you go, well, she's a lesbian woman, so obviously she's unqualified. They only they only put her in that position because she's a lesbian woman. It's ridiculous. The automatic assumption that like a white dude is going to be better than this woman is crazy. Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Cowley. She boasts about being the first female LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Yeah, I don't think anyone, even like people responding to her are.
Kay says, bro, is it that easy? Can I be the fire chief? How much do they get paid? Can I smoke on the job? No, but you can rip Zens. How about that?
Like, I don't think anyone in LA area going through the fires right now gives a flip about whether or not she's an LGBTQ fire chief. Like, how stupid? Like, how insanely stupid? These people have brainworms, dude. They have brainworms. Okay? Like the first thing that you...
Whenever I hear about brainworms, because I've dissected a brain before, I just imagine dissecting a brain and finding gummy worms and having to pull them out with medical instruments, like a gummy worm, like not just any gummy worm, but a Sour Patch gummy worm. Do you know what I'm talking about? They're like gummy worms, but they're sour and they have that like texture.
Look to.
And you're just like, you're eating these worms out of a brain, just like your RFK.
In a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like somehow responsible for the evacuation or the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath.
Included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the...
I can't tell if that newscaster is trying to be like, yeah, you should check a box. It's all about checking boxes. That's what we're doing here. We're checking the boxes. Can we check a box here? Can we check a box? Let's check the boxes. I can't tell if that's like, or if he's like low key throwing shade. Like, oh, I guess we're just gonna check the boxes, aren't we? That's what we're gonna do. We don't care who's most qualified. We're just checking a box. It's I can't tell. I can't tell. I can't tell.
The LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door.
It's just a weird thing to say because that's exactly how a right winger would say it, but like in a negative sense. You got me?
People that thought, wow, I didn't even know that was an opportunity for me.
Those are dank. I think so too. I would almost eat them out of a brain. The only problem, MK, is that it would taste like formaldehyde. And I don't like formaldehyde.
Super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy.
Anyway, it's so strange to me. Diane owns tree hugging kids. Diane current POV. Are you going to touch on the case for letting Malibu burn? No, I'm not going to do that. That's insane.
Christian?
I didn't even know that there was someone. Maybe we've written too many think pieces. Harrowing experience of a Pacific Palisades resident escaped the inferno. Imagine being surrounded by flames that wouldn't help you. Hi, I'd like to tell you what happened to me during the Palisades fire. If you're interested, I ran from it, and when encountered police, they refused to allow me entry into their car. Bear in mind that they were explicitly ordered to help with evacuations. I mean, look, I don't know. This is a text message sent to film the police LA, so I don't know the veracity of these claims. Okay, the fire is officially historic. Yeah, Pacific Palisades wildfire is the most destructive in LA history, with 1,000 structures burned. Fierce wildfires are raging in the Los Angeles area, fueled by powerful Santa Ana winds, sending residents fleeing from burning homes through flames. Thousands of firefighters were battling at least 3 separate blazes from the Pacific Coast inland to Pasadena. Already crowded hospitals now contend with medical emergencies from smoke inhalation. The Palisades fire has grown to more than 15,800 acres, according to CAL FIRE, the state's fire agency. I think headlines like this also cause people to go, all right, let it burn. You know what I mean? Some of the city's most expensive real estate is burning. Yeah, except there's also just like normal working class people that live there as well. It's not just the super wealthy people whose homes are burning. This is, again, an area where a lot of people live. Kind of wild how everyone's really primed to take something like this and use it to reaffirm their previously held worldview. Yeah. It is crazy how everyone in Los Angeles, like everyone living in the greater Los Angeles area, are lucky enough to look at the wind. Like the one that's, I think, coming in from the Eaton fire is actually kind of scary. But like, look at the wind conditions. Like they literally come in and just purposely push out the wildfire away from these areas where a lot of people live, even more people live than like the Palisades. Your homeowner is showing? What? My homeowner is showing? What does that even mean? The same exact dynamic occurred in the 2017 Tubbs fire. I spent a lot of time telling people it wasn't just rich people having their lives ruined. Yeah. Yeah, I talked about this earlier as well, but 11 months ago, Los Angeles area got a year's worth of rain and faced life-threatening flooding and mudslides. Now, it's on fire after its driest start to a water year on record. Okay? Extreme drought and extreme flooding. That is climate change.
So
climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles.
Oh my God, chat. So this story kind of goes on. It's more than just lesbian fire chiefs that are catching strays.
Deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters, and now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning.
White men can't become firefighters. They can't become firefighters. You have to be a black woman and a lesbian to be a firefighter. Thus saith Matt Walsh. Jesus Christ, this guy.
Ready to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude.
I think the fire burned his brain.
This is a statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? I saw one tweet of someone blaming lesbian firefighters. Here's Derek Evans, who was arrested at the Capitol, if you recall, and lost his position as a former member of the West Virginia House of Representatives. Derek Evans is in the Capitol, he said on January 6, 2021. He was so stupid that he live streamed himself doing an insurrection and subsequently lost his job and even withstood some legal repercussions. Once again, Derek Evans is right here finding the exact people to yell at. California residents are losing their entire neighborhoods. Do you think a single person has stopped to think, oh, well, at least we have a lesbian fire chief who hired a bunch of unqualified people based on this make you feel safer?
Virtually apocalyptic way and saying, quote, the blame for the have allowed millions of gallons of
Newsom. Oh no, it's Trump's tweet. Yeah, we didn't get to this part, did we?
Well, how stupid. Like how insanely stupid. These people have brainworms, dude. They have brainworms. Like the first thing that you look to in a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like somehow responsible for the evacuation or the you know the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath. It's so strange to me. Of course, Donald Trump, where in the endless well of depravity and mania, we covered some people immediately rushing to be like, you know why this happened? Because the fire chief is a lesbian. DEI equals die, they said. But Donald Trump decided to once again, just like everything else, turn this around into a partisan issue. This time, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom.
I never got to cover this, but I mean, most of you probably know that Donald Trump's first instinct when the New Orleans hit and run incident happened, his first instinct was to blame, yes, immigrants.
Newsom is responsible.
He said on Truth Social, quote,
The culprit, was had lived in the United States his whole life.
Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, the blame for this. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here. Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne.
So kind of similar to what Anna said, although not the same.
Caldwell of the Washington Post and Nia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg and, of course, CNN. What a day.
News scum.
I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And there's no surprise here that Donald's response to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw when he was in office the first time around, when there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects or the other.
Yeah, Edwin, apparently Kaya is a stinky fart machine too.
Governor for different aspects, including not raking the
Kind of a really cynical question, but do you think these fires have destroyed Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028? I think Gavin Newsom's chances for 2028 were already destroyed because of the fact that a lot of people hate him for both, silly reasons, woke and gay California, and for good reasons, an exploding housing market crisis that has created one of the worst homelessness crises in the country. No California is going to be eligible realistically in 2028.
I just hate that the Democrats, they see Newsom and they think, this is our guy. Look, Newsom, if you don't want to sketch people out, don't act so sketchy. Like, I just don't understand how is he a politician? He looks too much like a politician to be a politician. Do you get me? Like, he's from central casting for like corrupt politician. And even if he wasn't, fucked up on so many levels, he's just not somebody who should run for president.
Yeah.
I love, but Democrats are like, oh no, this guy will win. This guy will win.
And this is perhaps a much scarier prediction. A Californian will win, but it will be similar to the Californians that have won in the past. Two very notorious politicians from the state of California have become very infamous. Both Nixon and Ronald Reagan. California used to be a red state. We could get a Californian president. He would just have to be a Republican. And California would turn Republican again, as it once was. Maybe the Republican that comes out of California will be Shaky Gurga.
No! Damn! Chat, do we have the Shaky Gurgas working yet? Look, there's a long time that I could do this. All right, I don't think it works anymore. I think it works in chat, but it doesn't show up on the stream. Malheureusement. Let's try it. Do we have a shaky Gurga? No. Wait, yours showed up, Opossum? Is it because mine are BTTV emotes? I think that's it. I think it's because mine are BTTV. Damn.
Our live pictures.
They were working a while ago.
Of neighborhoods in LA County burning. I mean, the roof there is literally on fire. And as we heard from local officials, LA officials in the last hour, they just can't.
Yeah, the only lesson Trump learned from the last time around is that he has to, one, make sure that everyone in his corner is firmly within his corner. Okay, no more fake friends. And two, there are literally no repercussions if you are popular enough and if you never back down. That's it. So he's going to be more vindictive and worse this time around. Dude, this is a crazy take. Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters. And now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys
Only a white man can fight a fire.
everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude. This is a statement that is so
What, do
utterly
they have a racial bonus against fire? What are you talking about?
insane. What is going on, dude? The chief said it. Yeah, the chief said there are not enough firefighters to fight.
They have +1 to fire resistance.
4 massive wildfires when there are 80-mile winds that are blowing the fire. It's impossible to contain it. That is normal, okay? Because what is going on is abnormal. The proper preventative measure would have been to train and hire more firefighters, but that would require money beforehand, okay? More money to be spent on training firefighters beforehand. That is a real problem, okay? What is crazy, and remember, 30% of firefighters that fight these wildfires are literally slaves in the prison system in the state of California, woke California. Remember that. So like even under normal circumstances, they don't have enough people. You're late to the party. Some publications are doing exactly that. What is E&E News? Trump seizes on California wildfires to roast endangered fish. Dems. The president-elect has long begrudged efforts to protect the Delta smelt, siding with critics who argue that water flows would be better used by farms and cities. In comments posted to Truth Social, Trump criticized Governor Gavin Newsom over state and federal efforts to bolster water flows for an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. Trump has long begrudged efforts to protect the tiny Delta smelt, a 3-inch fish that lives in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta in California, siding with critics who argue that flows from a major state water source would be better used by farmers in major cities rather.
Trump has it in for this smelt, apparently. He's just looking for a chance to blame the smelt. And he finally found it. It's the smelt's fault. He who smelt it, dealt it.
Than environmental needs.
Yeah, it's called a Delta smelt. Delta smelt? Smelt it, dealt it? Oh my God, Chad, is this a joke? Is this reality? What's going on?
Including wildlife habitat. How come they don't use water from the ocean? They do. They do use water from the ocean, even though salt water is obviously very damaging to the infrastructure. But at that point, you know what's more damaging? Fire. But they do use water from the ocean. We watched them take water out of the ocean and dump it. When ecosystems crash before they've taken out too many Jenga blocks from the web of life, he'll say, who knew that smelt was important? Just a 3-inch fish. No one had any idea. He just hates the fish. He just hates this one.
He hates the fish. He hates windmills. He hates sharks. And he hates electric batteries.
Tiny fish. I don't know. Look, I'm not I'm not a scientist, okay? But everything that I know about the environment is that it's held together by ticker tape, okay? It's a very delicate ecosystem. Eviscerating an entire species from said ecosystem will probably have genuine consequences, like really bad, really negative consequences, I suspect. Once again, not a scientist. Greta Thunberg was warning us about climate catastrophe while politicians were reacting with total indifference and bragging about escalating fossil fuel production. Yeah, the Greta Thunberg take from Ifartlo. Has Greta Thunberg taken her cafe off to address the fires in LA? Or are there too many Jews living here for her to be concerned? Ifartlo.
Eve
Climate
Fartlow.
change deniers are now.
Eve Fartlow. I always forget that her name is Fartlow, and not whatever her name is. All right, so here's the CBS. I think it was a CBS article. The army of firefighters battling massive Southern California wildfires includes workers who could otherwise remain safely behind bars. As of Friday, 339 prison inmates have been deployed by the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitations. Oh no, chat, is this going to be like, this is really good? Is this going to be praising this program? Forced labor. Yeah. Exploited prison labor. Department confirmed to CBS News. The crews of incarcerated firefighters are embedded with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection to assist nearly 4,700 firefighters. The imprisoned firefighters volunteer to... Okay, so it's voluntary at least. But again, this article is like way too positive. Like, right. Volunteer to participate in CDCRC's Conservation Fire Camp program and are paid for their work. Participants support state, local, federal government agencies when they respond to natural disasters. Specifically, they are removing vegetation to cut fire lines, taking away fuel from the fire behind the structures to slow the blaze. Inmates can also serve in support roles at camp, including cooking, laundry, water treatment. CDCR operates 35 so-called fire camps across 25 different California counties, employing approximately 1,870 incarcerated people. 2 of the camps are for incarcerated women. They are minimum security facilities staffed with correctional personnel who supervise camp participants 24 hours a day. Participation in the camps is voluntary. Those who join must be deemed physically and mentally fit. Additionally, they must have no more than 8 years remaining on their sentences, convictions for rape or other sex offenses, as well as murder, arson. Arson, that's a good one. Some other serious crimes disqualifies an inmate. How much do they earn? Imprisoned firefighters' pay depends on their skill level. They earn between $5.80. Oh no, chat. Here it is. They backloaded the exploitation. They earn between $5.80 and $10.24 per hour? Per hour? Because that would still be below minimum wage. No, not per hour. Per day. Per day. According to CDCR, which pays their wages doubled in 2023. They doubled. They were $22.90 and $5.12 per day. Inmates in the program also earn supplemental pay while responding to emergencies. CAL FIRE pays an additional $1 an hour. Oh, you're so generous, CAL FIRE. That's extra $1 an hour. That just makes it worth it, regardless of the firefighter's skill level. And when the crews work on a 24-hour shift, which, I mean, imagine that 24-hour shift fighting a fire like this, followed by a 24-hour period of rest, lowest skilled firefighters would earn $26.90 in a day. Right? Best case scenario, $26.90 in a day. Additionally, that's 24 hours on. All right? That's payment for 24 consecutive hours doing a job that is probably too hard for most of us to imagine. Additionally, camp participants earn time credits towards their sentences specifically. Yeah, they better. Most earn 2 additional days off for their sentences for every day served on the fire crew. Still not a lot. Camp participants are eligible for employment with CAL FIRE once they have served their sentences, a path many choose to take according to CDCR. The department says that some of these individuals have successfully transitioned to roles with CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forestry Service, and interagency hotshot crews. Are hotshots the ones that get parachuted into the fire? It's not into the fire. You know what I mean, chat. Is that what hotshots? Is that where they parachute you in? As of Friday, the fires had scorched more than 55 square miles across the Los Angeles area. At least 10 people are dead. More than 300,000 Los Angelinos were under evacuation orders, according to officials. So there we go. That's the deal with the imprisoned firefighters. It sounds wrong. It sounds wrong. It sounds like it should not be a thing. They're called smoke jumpers. Mexico is sending firefighters. They, yeah. Okay, so I wanted to show you something that may be a preview for a future stream. Wait, here's this. I want to put this on. But I'm gonna get this in the background.
Viewers,
I got an H3 update for you, and after this,
like you, please support
so
our
stick around.
work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the wildfires scorching communities across Los Angeles in one of the city's most destructive firestorms in history. Over 100,000 people have been evacuated, more than 2,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and at least 5 people are dead, a toll that's expected to rise. One of 5 fires now burning started Tuesday in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, which has now burned some 17,000 acres. The Eaton fire burned more than 10,000 acres. Fires also prompted evacuations in the Hollywood Hills and Studio City. On Wednesday, President Biden pledged assistance from the Department of Defense. This comes as Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and City Council are facing new scrutiny for cutting the fire department's funding by around 2%, while increasing the police department budget. Nearly 400 incarcerated firefighters are among those deployed to battle the fires. Democracy Now! Reached former...
See, I keep on hearing I keep on hearing various things about the firefighting budget.
Incarcerated firefighter Amika Mota with the Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition.
You know, and many of these people are going home tonight to cells, to fire camps. Also in Malibu, you know, we have a fire camp there that is under threat. We're really concerned about the folks there. We also know that there's a youth fire camp in Malibu. So we have a lot of young people facing some pretty terrible conditions. I can also say that we're really concerned. You know, Karen Bass has ordered an evacuation within a mile of the juvenile hall in Sylmar, where we have 100 incarcerated young people. So we're also really thinking about, you know, our currently incarcerated folks that are really vulnerable to these conditions.
To see our interview with incarcerated firefighters, you can go to democracynow.org. But right now...
Hot Ham Radio says there are privatized firefighters. So Hot Ham Radio, are you talking about firefighters that are hired by the wealthy to protect or try to preserve their properties? Is that what you're talking about? I have heard of this too.
For more on the unprecedented fires and the role of climate change, we're joined by 2 guests. And Dana.
So, yeah, I mean, like, regardless of what the truth is about the budget, the police are getting the most massive increase, and it just dwarfs anything. I've heard 2 different narratives. One is where, you know, they cut the firefighting budget, and the other is that the reason that the budget looks cut is that at the time that those numbers were taken, they hadn't finished a union negotiation. That union negotiation went through, and when you add the amount of money that they're going to be paying through that, then it's actually an increase. But I'm not sure, because Democracy Now! Just was like, it's a budget cut. So
Point, California.
Now I'm wondering.
About 50 miles south of L.A., John Valiant is an award-winning journalist, author of several books, including Fire Weather on the Front Lines of a Burning World, finalist for both the Pulitzer Prize and National Book Award. And in Pasadena, we're joined by Sonali Kohatkar, who evacuated with her family, her kids, and her parents from the fires. Award-winning journalist, author, and host of the radio and TV show Rising Up with Sonali. Her forthcoming book, talking about abolition, a police-free world is possible. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Sonali.
Well, that's dangerous. Don't say that to Shaky Gurga or Anna Kasparian.
Please describe what you have gone through with your family and how you escaped the fires.
Thank you so much, Amy. It's, you don't expect that you're going to be in the middle of a disaster that captures international attention. And in my sleepy town of North Pasadena, I'm just 2 blocks from Altadena, that's precisely what has happened. We heard the winds rattling in the middle of the night, more ferocious than they'd ever been. We knew that we hadn't had rain in hundreds of days. And, we have our neighborhood chat group and people started talking about whether they should up and leave. I have 2 elderly disabled parents. And I decided that I would evacuate them before the official evacuation notice came. And already the hotels were filling up on Monday night. We luckily had power, but many of our neighbors didn't. And we've been holed up at this hotel. All the hotels are packed. The convention center up the street is packed. It's just devastating. 1,100 businesses in Altadena. This community of incredible people has been utterly devastated. The speed, the ferocity with which these winds have blown the fires has been hard to imagine. I went back yesterday to get my father's medications because he's a diabetic and we couldn't find his meds at the pharmacies. And I just, risked it, went home and grabbed the medication. The air was thick with smoke and ash raining down. And all I could think of was this house that I've lived in for more than half my life is still standing, but I don't know if it's going to be standing tomorrow or the day after. And, my husband and I, Jim and I went back there and we thought, should we hose it down, but then it'll take water from the firefighters. The air is so bad right now that I'm sitting in the hotel lobby miles away from the fires and the internal air is hard to breathe and I'm having to use a mask. It is just unbelievable. I feel like it is a nightmare. And I have more than 12 people 13 people and counting now in my network of friends who have just lost their homes. And I know many more have that I'm not even aware of. Absolutely lost their homes. I saw some of them on Saturday at my birthday party, and now their homes are gone. And I can't even picture that. And I don't know if I will have a home tomorrow or the day after because these winds are not over. They're dry. They're rushing through ferociously. The firefighters are overstretched. There were fire trucks that were speeding past burning homes because they didn't have enough firefighters to stop and put out the fires there. And so some people are staying because they think that if they make a stand, they can, save their homes. They're risking their lives. And it's a tempting prospect because your whole life is in your home. What do I do with my parents and my kids if I don't have a home to go back to tomorrow or the day after? I don't know. It's just, it's mind-blowing. It's devastating. And no one's talking about climate change in the media. No one's talking about it. And it's just, it's frustrating. So just if you believe in a God, pray for us.
So, John Valiant, could you respond to these devastating accounts that Sonali has just given us of what's happening and what she herself and her family have experienced as they've had to flee, and talk about this issue, the issue of climate change? You've spoken about this concept of wildland-urban interface and why we all have to understand what that means.
Yeah, good morning, Nermeen and Sonali. I'm really, really sorry to hear what you're going through. And this might be cold comfort, but I've spent the last 8 years studying fires like this and talking to people who've gone through what you're going through right now, many of whom lost their homes ultimately. We're in a situation now, we're realizing, or LA residents are waking up to the fact that the climate really owns our communities. It owns our landscape. And LA County, the most populous urban region in the country, is now literally at the mercy of fire. And it's at the mercy of climate. And as Sonali said, it's desperately dry there. and the winds are still blowing, and the winds control these fires. So despite the fact that California is famous for its devastating fires and has lost thousands and thousands of homes over the past 30 years to major fires just like these, it's still shocking when it happens to you. I think all of us, human beings, are defended against that possibility, even when it's happening all around us. And in this case, in other parts of California, now it's LA County's moment to experience this. And nothing really prepares you for the kind of psychic and physical assault of these kinds of fires. And this notion of the wildland-urban interface, known to firefighters as the WUI, is that place where the wildland, the hills of the San Gabriel Mountains, San Fernando Valley, butt up against the built environment, the places where we live. And increasingly, very powerful fires are coming into cities, into urban spaces.
So, Chad, have you heard Trump's proposed solution for California wildfires? Let me see if I can find this. It was like 8 years ago. There was, fires in California during the first Trump administration, and Trump breaking forests. Yeah, it's this one.
There's been a lot of study going on over the last little while, and I will say I think you're going to have, hopefully this is going to be the last of these.
There's Trump, there's Newsom.
Because this was a really, really bad one.
Now, just as we were talking about there, the what was it called again?
It's known to firefighters as the WUI, psychic and physical assault of these kinds of fires. And this notion of the wildland-urban interface.
Wildland-urban interface, or WUI.
It's known to firefighters as the WUI, is that place where the wildland, the hills of the San Gabriel Mountains, San Fernando Valley, butt up against the built environment, the places where we live. And increasingly, very powerful fires are coming into cities, into urban spaces from these wild lands. And the interface is where they meet. And what is really...
So the irony is that Trump's solution of raking the forests would essentially deprive the WUI of decomposing and decomposable matter that it needs to survive and to be a little bit more resistant of things like the spread of fires.
Really alarming, and it's another thing people don't talk about, is what excellent fuel the modern house is. So these wildfires are raging through forest, which is natural. Fire is a normal part of the California landscape. But coming into these built environments, houses nowadays, the modern house has so many petroleum products in it in terms of vinyl siding and Formica counters and polyurethane stuffing and the rubber tires.
Anyway, let's take a look at the...
And I know Gavin's committed, we're all committed, I'm committed to make sure that we get all of this cleaned out and protected. Got to take care of the floors, the floors of the forests, very important.
Clean the floor. It's like a Petersonian solution, isn't it?
Is where they do it differently, and it's a whole different story. I was with the president of Finland, and he said we have a much different. We're a forest nation. He called it a forest nation, and they spend a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things.
They spend a lot of time. If you're Finnish, you got rake duty. They hand you a rake and they're like, go out into the WUI, clean that WUI, make sure that there's no dead leaves on the WUI.
They don't have any problem, and when it is, it's a very small.
You don't have any problem. It's perfect.
Problem. So I know everybody's looking.
Because they rake their forest.
To that end, and it's going to work out. It's going to work out well.
Okay, well there it is.
And the gas tanks in the garage. There are all kinds of explosive petroleum products built into our lives that we don't even think about. Look at what your shoes are made out of. When they get hot enough, they are explosively flammable. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And if you start,
I mean, that's a shitty shoe. You know, that's one feature of a shoe that I would want. Now I'm wearing slippers right now, so I guess I don't expect as much. I don't expect slippers to be fireproof, but definitely shoes I'd want to be. I would hope would be somewhat fire resistant. No, they're like fire. They're fire loving.
Looking around at your home, you'll realize that petroleum and its products are everywhere. And these are really, really flammable. And in the case of LA County right now, the other kind of sort of secret accelerant is humidity. And you're down close to 0% humidity, which is drier than kindling, drier than a matchstick. And now you have entire communities that are this dry, so the fire has to do very little work to get going. And it's got these sometimes 50, 80-mile-an-hour winds fanning, not just fanning the flames, but really turning them into blowtorches, blowing through these communities. It's devastating energy. Firefighters can't really fight it. And that's why you have such a low percentage of containment on these massive fires that have already done colossal damage.
And yet, John, you have the media, and I'm not just talking Fox, I'm talking about all the networks. They'll talk about the perfect storm that's going on now, the high winds, extremely dry weather, especially since October, but they won't talk about climate change. The weather centers should be renamed climate change centers, but this hesitance to link it to the rest of the world and to this global heating that's happening right now and what it would mean for policy as a new president comes in, whose main motto is drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, there's a real moral cowardice.
Yeah, Sarah Palin should sue him for intellectual property theft.
In evidence at the government level, at the media level. There is no doubt about the hand-in-hand connection between our obsession with fossil fuel burning, which goes back, for 200 years now, and the alterations in the climate in terms of the buildup of heat-trapping CO2 and methane. And were those companies and the governments and banks who enable them to acknowledge this?
Oh, wait, but if I really got like fire-resistant shoes, they'd probably have asbestos, wouldn't they? It would probably be an asbestos thing.
They would have to change their business model. And this kind of blind, frankly, suicidal loyalty to the status quo of keeping fossil fuels.
Oh, I forgot. Card posting has a new video.
Preeminent in our energy.
I should have put that on the bonus. I should put that in the bonus goal.
Energy system is creating an
Do we all remember card posting?
Increasingly difficult situation and unlivable situation. And I think, some billionaires were impacted over the past couple of days. Billionaires who encourage these policies, and yet their inclination is to blame the mayor, to blame the governor for conditions that predate either of their administrations. And so we're really, what we're living in right now,
intellectual,
shrill.
That's right. I did kind of imply that Sarah Palin could own intellectual property.
Between the fact of climate change, the science of climate change, which is well understood by NOAA, by NASA, by many brave meteorologists who are on television and on the radio, and the governments who are serving.
No one tell Tesla fans that most of their superchargers are powered by diesel generators, and we haven't moved away from fossil fuels in any meaningful way. Isn't it weird? Like Ethan, I'm sorry. We're going to talk about Ethan in a second, but Elon's original fans were like Tesla super fans, right? And they wanted an electric car. They needed an electric car. And, there may be a lot of NIMBYs and stuff, but, they were at least care about the environment. Like, compared to the average Elon fan now.
Serving really handmaidens to the patrol.
Who are usually like fucking, crypto bros or AI entrepreneurs who are literally creating data centers that are going to suck so much electricity.
Industry and to the investors who are dependent on keeping them in business.
Well, Sonali, if you could talk about, you're one of the few journalists who's insisted on centering the issue of the climate crisis in your reporting. So if you could talk about that, and also your assessment of how the city, Los Angeles, has dealt with these devastating fires. The mayor has come under a lot of criticism. There haven't been enough firefighters, cuts to the fire department. Sonali.
Yes, thank you so much. You're right. The fact that we keep pouring money into enforcing racial capitalism, the fact that we keep pouring money into ensuring that that policing is always well funded, while fire departments are not, that our resilience, our climate resilience, is not funded. That's a
Awesome Opossum says, I've never seen prescribed burn near the foothills, but in national parks, they are part of the prevention strategy.
Priorities. It's something I talk about in my new book, talking about abolition. But this is, how we design city budgets is a blueprint for how we want to live. And so if we're pouring money into policing and taking money out of firefighting, if we're pouring money into, our tax dollars going to subsidizing oil companies, but not enough subsidies to renewable energy, to electric vehicles, to climate adaptability, then we are basically reaping what we sow. And we have to be connecting these dots, because whenever you hear the sort of media coverage about these disasters, they're covered as one-offs, as isolated incidents, that here's this devastating fire, we were praying for you, you'll survive. You look at the community spirit. I don't want to have to just survive. I don't want to have to rely on community spirit and my neighbors and GoFundMe's to figure out, where I'm going to be living next. I want my tax dollars to go towards taking care of me, my community, and all of us being together. So we need a cultural shift in our country, away from thinking individualistically about the biggest car we can drive and the ways in which we can protect ourselves without thinking about how we protect our community and how we're all in this together. So we have to fight for control over our budgets. We have to fight for control over the priorities that we make, pouring them into climate resiliency and adaptation, and ending the stranglehold of fossil fuels over our country and our world. We have to change that cultural mindset, and we have to push our politicians to do the right thing. And billionaires should not exist.
Democracy Now!
We can't afford billionaires. How about that? Team Party Wave 100 says there is no way you can stop the Santa Ana winds. Has nothing to do with climate change. Well, you know what does have to do with climate change? 0% humidity, which is part of the equation too. Also, I would love to see a source on like the 90 mile per hour Santa Ana winds that LA saw recently have nothing to do with climate change. I have a feeling a lot of this shit has to do with climate change. I have a feeling that when you change the overall temperature of the ocean, you know what changes in an unpredictable way? Weather changes. That's why it's called climate change. Anyway. But this is the one chance that we've got to do something about it. This is the one chance that we've got to focus attention out about it. Right now, they would rather have you yelling about a lesbian fire chief. They would rather have you concentrated on getting more Republicans elected locally in the Los Angeles metropolitan area. They would rather talk about Gavin Newsom or any number of things. They would rather blame the homeless. Anything to avoid of the elephant in the room, which is climate change. Anyway, I promised you Ethan Klein next. Let's and that, and then let me show you what we got going on. All right, so you might have seen this Instagram post because I shared it on my community tab. If you didn't see it, make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube because you'll get to see that and more stuff. I keep you up to date on this stuff. This is H3H3. This is Ethan Klein's Instagram account. He's taking this picture, this ominous skyline that he's looking at. And it says, outside our window, it's close, but we're safe for now, and the wind is blowing away from us. Hassan, for sure, hoping the fire takes out my computer. He's literally thinking about Hassan. Right? He's got a fire not too far from his house. And he's counting on the winds to continue blowing the way that they're blowing to keep his keep his computer safe, because apparently the biggest thing to this guy right now is the hit piece that he's making on Hassan. So we've got a little bit of him talking about it on his stream.
All right, Gabo. Be good, okay? Nice to see you, bud.
All right, nice to see you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
I'll also say this, unrelated, but I am in such a state of relief knowing that everything on my project is backed up. No fire can destroy that. Nothing is going to stop this video from happening.
Yes. The first day it was not, and I was so stressed.
No, it's still last night. I've been working on it for like weeks.
So if the house burns down, at least you got the video.
Yes.
So thank you, Dan. Help me set that up.
No problem.
It's automatic now, and there's no stopping it.
All right, we are at 34 minutes.
All right, so let's thank our sponsors, and we'll get straight into the Bolzania story, because apparently there's a lot of meat on that
It's
film.
a dooze.
Yeah.
It's a dooze.
Another, oh, this is funny, actually. Another former H3 guest called me out. It's like an epidemic.
Oh, I know. This upset me.
First, it was
way more than the
Audrey.
I have a feeling this is a shit post.
Then it was Comrade Casey. It was Jake Doolittle. And now this guy?
Now this?
Bro, what the
This
fuck
is a
does he have to
betrayal.
say, man? I trusted
Wait, what
you.
is this one?
I
This is so fucked up.
trusted you, bro.
Oh my God.
What?
I trusted you, man. That's his.
This is why I don't understand TikTok. I don't get it. I don't get it. Apparently that does numbers. I don't even know what I just watched. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is not real. This is not somebody criticizing Ethan. He's just trying to, I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, he's definitely got the hit piece on his mind. More on that, I don't know. He says in 2 weeks. Exit out, but I will have a video coming out going over both the Hassan hit piece situation as well as the Mika's Rhetoric situation, which was like kind of strange to me. I'd seen the Mika video. I didn't think, honestly a lot about it. But when I saw Ethan react to it, I realized that something very interesting had happened here. He kind of cooked himself. So be looking for that to come out soon. If you're on my Patreon, I'll be sending you an early version of that video. Right? It'll still change a lot. They'll still, it's still worth watching the video when it comes out. But I always give a early release version to those of you who support me on Patreon because I appreciate it. And that goes for every level of Patreon, every tier of Patreon. That is the universal perk that everybody gets. So be on the lookout for that. I'll try to upload it tonight after stream.
Incredible destruction out in LA. At least 10,000 structures destroyed, 10 people dead, which is based upon the amount of destruction, sort of amazing. The winds out there were incredible, sometimes hitting 100 miles an hour. I'm sure people have seen the video of these firestorms, essentially, that were blazing.
Right.
A lot has been made about whether the LA Fire Department was sufficiently prepared and resourced to deal with something.
Yeah, good luck, Team Party Wave. I hope you can.
Like this. And the fact of the matter is, ultimately,
it's pretty scary being so close to Palisades.
And there was some initial reports that the LA fired budget was cut by $50 million.
17, but then there's also these counterclaims about a $50 million fund that's in waiting. And you can, I took the bait and got into the weeds on some of this stuff, but I think overall, what's frustrating about this discourse is that even if it were true, we should be focusing not really on city budgetary issues in single-digit percentages as it relates to this story. It's about the capitalist climate criminals who have created the conditions that are leading us to these disasters.
Well, there's no doubt, and let's just listen from the horse's mouth, as it were. This is Los Angeles fire chief. It's quite clear that there was a $17 million budget cut, and the fire chief, like all agency heads, was sounding the alarm about this about a month ago, and they had to make some hard choices in terms of getting rid of maybe things that weren't emergency response functions of the fire department. Probably just as important. But the bottom line is
not to interrupt Sam, because Sam is great, but Sunshine says it's funny being a daily viewer of Hassan for over 5 years now, knowing that that's like all of his career, or like all of his Twitch career, right? That there is nothing that this man has on him. I honestly can't wait for Ethan to embarrass himself. So here's an update about that. All right. Supposedly, and again, you'll hear more about this in the video that I'll be putting out as soon as I can get it edited. I've been working on it today, Chad, and yesterday as well. It should be out for you soon. It'll be. I'll give you I'll give a version to Patreon first off, but it'll probably come out to you maybe Sunday. I'm guessing I'll have it ready for everyone. It'll be posted as a YouTube video on Sunday, I hope, if not earlier. But Ethan is apparently going after more than just Hassan. So he also spoke about Hassan orbiters. I mean, I guess if, I would assume that he means like Frogan, Denims, people like this, Mike from PA, maybe some, right. But I got the feeling that it might actually be open season on anybody who's done a video on Ethan Klein, myself included, although I very much doubt I will show up in an Ethan Klein video. But honestly, Ethan, make my fucking day. Make my day.
She says it basically at the
I am not afraid of being put on blast by Ethan, but I doubt it'll happen.
End of this interview, which is nothing was going to stop this. We don't know how these fires started. I have some speculation, but the bottom line is this is a story about climate change, and this is a story about a mentality that we have broadly in this country. Certainly, in terms of lawmakers and
yeah, that's right, Ethan. Don't make me bring out the files.
Frankly, voters who would undoubtedly punish. On one hand, you hear the story. There's too many high taxes in California, and then on the other hand, you're saying, well, you're not spending enough on fire prevention. Of course, nobody else is saying that until the day after a fire rips through everything. Yep. But the bottom line is, we as a people are not mentally prepared. And we are certainly vastly
Irene Ethan debate. Look, I'd have to borrow Thorazine from President Sunday.
Under-resourced.
And Valium.
Vastly under-resourced. And frankly, incorrectly structured as a society to deal with climate change. There hasn't been a drop of rain out in LA for 6-7 months now. When these type of winds, Santa Ana winds come, usually the ground is at least a little bit moist. There's a little bit of rain, at least this time of year out in LA, but it's just not happening. But here is Christian Crowley, Los Angeles fire chief, on with Nora O'Donnell. This was yesterday.
Asked you because a lot of people are talking about the warning that you sent last month that the budget cuts have, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies, including wildfires. You sent that warning about these budget cuts. Was this preventable?
I tell you, from the budget cut side of things, when there's a $17 million cut in our budget, operating costs, immediately from that point, I had to make some tough decisions. I looked at some other duties and responsibilities that we do as a fire department and had to focus right back on the training of our firefighters and also our ability to respond to the everyday.
Who would Ethan bring in to debate for him? I don't know. Probably somebody from my past. He probably pull like a Steven Crowder thing, like a Sam Cedar, they like, I'd be like, okay, you're gonna debate Ethan Klein, and then it would be somebody from Twitch Bowl.
Fires and EMS response.
Would that $17 million that had been cut from your budget have made a difference in this fight?
I would say with the lean forward posture that we took, knowing that a $17 million cut we had to take from somewhere, and that was from the non-essential duties and responsibilities that as a fire department we have taken on.
He'd bring in Dylan Burns or something. I don't know. Actually, I feel like Dylan Burns might not agree with Ethan on
many
Israel,
years.
Palestine.
But with
I don't
all due
know.
respect, in December, you had warned that the budget cuts would severely limit your ability to respond to large-scale emergencies. Is that true or not?
Yes, so I would say yes. We were limited to
No, loaner box. Of course it would be. Of course it would be loaner box.
Factor, yes.
It would be loaner box. 100%.
Limited your response because in the early hours of the wildfires, especially in the Pacific Palisades, we had a team on the ground.
But then loaner box would dip out of the call, and I'd be on there with Lauren Southern's editor, loaner box's bestie.
Crew there with a reporter and witnessed number of homes burned to the ground, and there was not a fire truck in sight. How did that happen?
We pre-deployed the most amount of emergency resources that we could with what we had. With the pre-deployment, when the fire takes off, we're going to push as many resources that we can at that particular incident. And that's what we did. We did exactly what we could with what we had.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't stream as much as he used to, but he's definitely still a thing.
Just so you're saying you didn't have enough resources?
Oh my God.
I would say in a win event like this that we are living today in day 3, something that is as significant as this particular fire, I would say we threw exactly what we could with what we had. So if I had 1,000 engines to throw at this fire, I honestly don't think 1,000 engines at that very moment could have tapped this fire down.
Chief,
it's just
they've cut it up a little bit weird, and we didn't do that. Incidentally, that seems like there. But the bottom
that's
line
the only
is,
question you're asking. I mean,
well, I mean, no, this is a legitimate question. It's a legitimate question, but the bottom line is, $17 million in this instance is not going to make a single difference in this fire. The bottom line is that as a society, we have not come to grips with the idea that climate change is real. There are going to be huge, we're going to have to do something because we are basically of being unable. I mean, we should still try and mitigate because it could be a lot worse than it is now. But I mean, this is like essentially saying, the mayor didn't have enough boats prepared for when Miami goes underwater because of climate change. I mean, we're going to have to start to realize, like, there are areas where you're not going to be able to build. There are cities that we have that we may have to evacuate. We're not even remotely close to grasping this. And the talk of 17 million is small bore stuff.
Yep.
When you're talking about all these fire set. Now, it could be stuff like I mean, there's at least one person has been taken into custody under suspicion of arson. There's other, theories that arson was started. I mean, it's amazing to contemplate that.
Okay, so update on that. The supposed arsonist that was detained turns out, according to the authorities, to not be an arsonist. So
all of these fires basically kept popping up in distances that were probably unlikely about embers in certain situations. But when you talk about Altadena, you've got an older community, you've got a lot of electrical wires that are above ground, you've got high winds. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being an electrical fire there. When you've got a city like LA, you got to put all that stuff underground. You got to put all that electrical stuff underground. It's going to cost billions and billions of dollars. And now, they're talking about damages that are running in 50 billion, 60 billion. We don't even know where it's going to be at the end of this. And who wants to put a bet on whether Donald Trump is going to leverage this in California in some way? Who wants to put a bet on this?
Oh, I'm sure his political enemies. And the thing is like, again, there's the fact that this, I think it's natural for people to look for someone to blame. And part of what's just a little annoying to me about this story is that this is a much larger issue than any budgetary decision or whatever money was set aside. Oh, they're negotiating, whatever. It's not really a cut. It is a cut. The point is that if this is your focus right now, and it's 80% of what I'm seeing, and this is excluding people who are in LA and like having to deal with the city management and like the Democrats in cities. You don't have to preach to me. We deal with it in New York. And the fact that so much more money went to cops where it could have been reallocated elsewhere. That is a problem in major cities across the country. But this isn't about LA City in the same, that's a part of it. The overall macro point is that, as you mentioned in headlines, we've crossed that 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold in the year 2024, the hottest year on record, which means that the Paris climate goals won't be reached. And we're setting off a chain reaction of more of these kinds of disasters. And like the New York Post and Fox News on a national stage are the ones that are most focused on this budget thing because they can blame Democratic mayors. Let's not really, from a national perspective, give in to that impulse, because we have to be focusing on these climate criminals who are killing all of us. This isn't a regional.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying. As much as I've got a lot of problems with a lot of Democratic Party officials, it's not the time. The time is, it's time to focus on climate.
Thing. This is an international crime
we're
by
see this
oil and gas.
Play out over and over again, because you're going to see a bunch of billionaires. There's no way the insurance companies are going to be able to cover this to the extent that they hadn't already pulled out of LA.
Is there anything that Anna does not blame on homeless people? Well, for the record, she's blaming it on the funding, supposedly the funding that, and I would love her to find out. I don't think she quoted a number, did she? No, she didn't. No, wait, 17 million. Okay, no, this is the cut the fire budget thing. But she's basically saying that whatever amount they endless amounts of money funneled to bullshit scammer homeless nonprofits. That's the reason that the firefighters were not funded. Now, if you look at the chart here, you'll see that, yeah, I mean, according to this chart, fire got cut, but when we look at what's getting the money, it is overwhelmingly police. Like off the scale. Look at this. It's like it's 6 or 7 times as much as anything else is getting. In terms of, anyway, this is a chart that shows increase or decrease, right? So the green line is increase, the red line is decrease.
The federal government is not going to give this money because Donald Trump is going to basically auction off this area to the highest billionaire bidders. And we are basically watching what this entire process, just like we saw with New Orleans to a certain extent, this is a microcosm of the dynamic that is going to continue and escalate in the coming years. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it
What do you know? The world is on fire. It really is apocalyptic. It feels like we are at a point in our society where there's a genocide happening in Gaza and people are using that brutality for their own ends, these sociopaths that run our government. And then in Los Angeles, the world is on fire. And it's a bunch of wealthy oligarchs who and money, interests, imperial interests, what have you, weapons manufacturers. These are the people that are destroying our society. And it's a big reason why I think there's a lot of nihilism and people feeling dispirited right now. And the images out of LA here, let's just play this. This is an overhead shot from KTLA 5 News in Los Angeles, aerial footage of the Palisades area in Los Angeles after the smoke has cleared out, and you can just see how much damage the wildfires have inflicted.
Mike, I can't believe my eyes what we're seeing here in the Pacific Palisades and into Santa Monica. Just nothing but destruction. All those hot spots are structures that have burned or are burning right now. As I zoom in, it's just home after home. I don't even have the words for it to describe. Look at this area here. This is off of, it's off of Rimmer Avenue and Monument Street. I mean, just homes are destroyed here, just wiped out completely. It's just really unbelievable to see the devastation here, the structures that are still on fire, the businesses that have burned, the homes that have burned down, the apartment complexes, fire next to that church there. It looks like a church anyways, but it's just unbelievable to see all this. I'm going to bring in our map system so you can see the streets that are affected here, but it is burned all the way to the shoreline, all the way down to PCH, and there you see the shoreline there, but it is just our first time looking at this. The smoke is cleared, and we're getting our first look from above at all the devastation here throughout the Pacific Palisades.
That's a helpful visual, and you can see from the air there, this was also some footage in the Palisades that was circulating inside a home in Los Angeles. You can see what it looks like when the flames are literally engulfing your home. This was shot by a resident, and I think they're okay. But here's some footage. You can see for the podcast audience what this looks like. I mean, it looks like an inferno.
I don't know how this house is still just sitting there.
Hopefully some fireproof material.
I mean, it's in Los Angeles, so it's kind of like understandable. It reminds me of the scene in the opening of the Fallout show.
Is it okay?
Like, especially the contrast between like the grill and like what's going on outside.
Okay. Hi.
What's going on around the grill?
Okay.
So that's what that looks like. And we're going to be talking about greening our public utilities in just a second with our guests. But now, as I mentioned, 5 people have died. Nearly 200,000 people are under evacuation orders. Tens of thousands of acres have been burned. There are now 5.
Was he trapped? No, actually, Joe, Emma said she thinks he got out.
Fires that have cropped up. It got worse last night. The water supply has also been really scarce because of the existing conditions. I mean, there's inequality issues and hoarding by the wealthy, but like LA hasn't logged more than 1/10 of an inch of rain since May of 2024. This is a climate issue. And now many residents are under a boil order notice because there's ash in the water supply.
Also, the air is not really safe to breathe.
Right. And to make matters worse, State Farm, which is one of the biggest insurers
not like a good neighbor. Not like a good neighbor.
In California, canceled like hundreds of home policies. I saw 1,600.
State Farm is not there.
Was a figure that is estimated right now in the Pacific Palisades. Can we put up that thread or that explanation here by Basil? Go to the first tweet, if you don't mind. So State Farm is trying to claim like, oh, it was the burdensome regulations that pushed us out and caused us to cancel all these home insurance policies. What else could we do? It's California being liberal and authoritarian or whatever. But here's the real explanation from Basil Mershabash. Do not under any circumstance buy this corporate propaganda from dominant home insurance carriers like State Farm. California law allows insurers to make reasonable profits on the risks they take. If state regulators rejected a premium level proposed by State Farm, it was probably because the proposed premium would have allowed State Farm to reap unreasonable profits. In other words, to gouge homeowners desperate for home insurance. State Farm almost certainly left California because it could, not because it was forced by premium caps. The fundamental problem in the home insurance market is that consolidation has largely eliminated competition among carriers. In absence of competition, the remaining home insurance carriers can make monopolistic profits in low-risk, low-cost regions of the country and in states that let them charge whatever premiums they want. As a result, they have little incentive to serve high-risk, high-cost markets, especially in states that do not permit them to charge unjustifiably high premiums. And they're going to claim that, we needed to charge these premiums because of the risk. If you could go to that third tweet in the thread here, Bradley. You can just see that California has granted State Farm premium increases previously over the past few years. This is, as he mentions, a problem of consolidation, of these insurance companies being able to gouge people whatever they want. And then, of course, the overall structure of the fact that this is not going to get better. How are we going to protect people and their homes?
And profit at the same time.
I mean,
that's the thing is like to the extent that these become monopolies, competition is one route for it. And maybe antitrust is a way to do this. Or we have a public insurance against climate crisis.
Yep.
And everybody gets covered, whether you're in the Appalachians when it gets flooded or whether you're in the Palisades. We all have to be in this together. And these all this stuff, acrimony about private insurance companies, well, guess what? We don't need to have you. And it's always funny because it's like they always say we just want to do our insurance business. No, you want to get profits,
right?
Like, let's be real. And that's never actually put forward because it's shameful, and most people don't actually think it should be involved in something like either healthcare or houses getting burnt up because we can't protect the environment anymore.
It's without that option. And without, at the very least, heavy regulation and imposing penalties on these private insurance companies, at least in the short term, to force them to cover folks in these areas, we are going to see millions of people lose their life's savings potentially because we're encouraged to put all of our eggs in the home ownership basket over the next few decades due to climate-related disasters. I mean, that's the reality that we're looking at right now. And this is a part of what we've been talking about, which is like what needs to be central to any leftist vision of the world, which is decommodifying these essentials so that people are not decimated when
Look, by making market consolidation and monopoly and, by making private sector solutions impossible, they're making public sector solutions inevitable. Somebody once wrote about capitalism containing within it the seeds of its own destruction. Can't remember his name, though.
Socialized losses that oil and gas and capitalists have imposed on us take out everything they've ever owned. I mean, these are communities that are gone. And if you're like wagging your finger at the liberal coastal elites in this current moment, and because some of these areas are wealthy, you are really missing the forest through the trees here. No pun intended about this horrible wildfire. If it's not Malibu, it's going to be areas in Florida. And like the Hollywood Hills fire, what was freaking people out so much about that was that had the potential, and I'm not sure about the updated information, to go into an extremely densely populated area around Hollywood, which is more low income. So some of the
So I don't think that one. I don't think that one kept spreading.
actions that I've been seeing have been silly, but we should all be in this together. And frankly, these oil and gas companies should be nationalized and then broken apart because they don't have any incentive to stop. They're trying to make money.
All these people have incentives, also including the AI industry, which is using a massive amount of electricity and making climate change worse.
no more
They'll have an
demands.
incentive to point the finger in
You heard him back
the
there.
wrong directions, which is something that
When is the
we'll
intro
talk about later in the show.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
I'm the fucking hippo guy.
Dave, okay.
My name's Gary.
My name's Gary.
Okay, so I've been told to watch this show. It's called The Dollop. It's a podcast. They're talking about the Resnicks, the pistachio magnates from Northern California.
Is it for fun?
And this is not going to become the Tiggly podcast.
That's like the
Broad. Again, play one more time. Get to the broader in the court. Just boom. No. We'll get into it. December 27th through the 29th, I'll be at the American New Jersey.
The Texas Memorial episode to yeah. Well,
in saying that,
we're also going to be in Atlanta and
for people with kids and stuff. Okay, no,
children's
chidgies.
You guys, we are sponsored by. Going to get it comes up in a post office in your like I already told you, Nets.com service with a
already made that clear.
Special time. We're enjoying them because
love or getting under eye stuff that I don't mind using, and I don't mind
add on with each box or be surprised with each box. $10 off your first box. FabFitFun. New. Don't worry about 330,000 five-star reviews. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is 180,000 stars.
They cut out the middleman, so you get a quad fraternity.
Oh, so fun.
Now, one of his frat brothers, his dad had a janitorial business, and Stuart and his friend bought a machine from him that scrubbed and waxed floors.
Okay.
Soon they had a cleaning business.
Okay.
Stuart then bought out his buddy because it was doing so well. And the
This is
buddy
like Goodwill
didn't
Cleaning.
really care.
That is quite the prodigious ad read.
Goodwill Cleaning.
Yeah.
I don't like it when Aaron gets up.
Look at him.
So the business takes off.
Okay.
Pretty soon he's got 2 trucks and crews. Remember, he's still a student at UCLA.
Sure.
When he graduated from UCLA in 1960, he was making $40K a year, which today would be about $320,000.
Jesus. Okay.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. It's like, you
Because
can
when I
live
got
like
out
Van
of-
Wilder.
When I got out of college, I was like, what kind of top ramen am I getting?
Yeah. And in college.
Yeah. When he
So
noticed.
we're talking about the Resnicks. We're talking about the
What was your ramen flavor?
Oh, it's chicken.
Shrimp.
shrimp.
Yeah, which people, I guess.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
It's like a
with those little desiccated shrimp in it.
scarlet letter, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's
but-
bad.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for being such a supportive person.
Yeah, I'm not on that. Not on shrimp. No. But
That's
it's just
it's
the idea of
sprinkles.
flavored shrimp in a packet. Just no. I don't want the flavor of shrimp. If I'm gonna eat shrimp, I'm gonna eat shrimp. I don't want the flavor of shrimp.
Hey, that sounds like a way to tell someone to fuck off. Hey, why don't you go eat shrimp? Tell this guy.
Oh, this was one of my favorite things. Do you ever get those cup of noodles that have the shrimp in them? You know what I'm talking about? I mean, I don't eat shrimp anymore, but that was the shit when I was a kid.
Go eat some shrimp, would you?
Hey, why don't you go eat some shrimp flavoring, buddy?
You either come over here and get your teeth knocked out. Go eat shrimp.
And he started a security guard
And become the
business.
bad guy from Die
And
Hard?
become
Oh, okay.
a robber. No,
Okay.
he started a security guard business. He sold his cleaning business for $2.5 million.
And he's like early 20s.
Yeah, he's just out of law school now.
Wow. Okay, so a little later. Okay.
So Linda Ray Harris was born in 1942 and raised in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Hey, Phil, how you doing? That's all I got.
Nobody supports this.
Her dad was a film distributor, and when she was 15, her dad moved to LA to be a movie producer.
So Linda and Stuart, or Stuart and Linda. Okay, right.
These are the Resnicks.
So her dad produced The Blob, 1958 cult movie, one of the best.
A great movie.
One of the best.
My favorite movie about gelatin eating people.
By far.
I'm pretty sure that movie was about capitalism.
The best one. It's that and the rest.
Of all the gelatin movies,
Yeah.
top.
Yeah.
It cost $240,000 to make and eventually grossed more than 100 times that. So he's
Wow.
rolling in it.
Yeah.
Linda was now a kid living in Beverly Hills. After high school, she wanted to go to art school, but her father refused to help with tuition, so instead she got a job working in a dress shop.
The Blob Man was like, I'm not going to help you go to school?
Yeah, he was cool.
Okay.
If he had done that, none of this might have happened.
Well, I don't know what's about to happen, but...
She started making ads for the store and was very good at it.
Okay.
So she went to working in advertising.
Okay, great.
And while she's doing all this, up until
You're
she
creating
starts-
a great sort of character type, someone who grew up in Beverly Hills with money and then went into advertising. I mean, if you meet this person, get next to them at a party. You're going to want to hear about them.
So while she's doing all this, she got married and had kids, right? So by the
Okay.
time she was 24, Linda had started her own advertising agency called Linda Limited and was divorced with 3 kids.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's a lot of...
It's a lot.
It's a different time.
Yeah, a lot's going on early.
Because now if you're 24, you're like, man, when am I going to move out?
Yeah, now you're like, well, man, when am I going to get that shrimp ramen? Love it.
No.
You're just a regular person who's
I
like,
don't
man,
think
that
there's
shrimpy
nothing
ramen.
regular about that.
Yum, yum, yum.
So at this point, Stuart Resnick was also divorced and had 3 kids.
Wait a minute.
He
here.
needed some advertising.
Here's a story of a man named Stuart?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. He needed some advertising work, and someone recommended Linda.
Okay.
They were married in 1973.
Okay.
Stewart's guard company landed a big contract to handle security at LAX.
All right.
They guarded incoming international airplanes until the planes could be inspected by customs.
Okay.
3 of the airport guards were arrested selling 2 pounds of heroin.
That's illegal.
Back then it was.
Okay.
Stewart said it was a few bad apples in the company and they had already been fired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was before they made crime legal.
But the Federal Organized Crime and Racketeering Strike Force started investigating the company for, quote, possible infiltration of airport security by organized crime.
Wow.
The LA Times, quote, during the 5-month investigation that led to the arrest, several of the suspects told undercover agents they had access to a large supply, as much as 100 pounds at a time, of the Oriental heroin, which they said was being shipped into this country on commercial airlines.
A weird way to say it.
And that gives the undercover guys some information that shows that maybe heroin is being brought into the country illegally through them. Right. Okay.
A little bit.
So it's a successful sting operation.
Yeah.
Like when you're going through that, you're like, hey, man, why'd you get such a huge boner just now? He's like, nothing. Just keep talking more to my chest.
Stewart sold the business, moved into the alarm business.
Well,
because there's no guards.
Okay.
Then he sold the alarm company for $100 million. So now he's worth $100 million. Yeah, he's kind of moving up in the world.
Yeah.
fast. So they got into agriculture in 1978, buying 2,500 acres of orange trees in
So maybe this was like their dream, right?
Kern County, California.
They were like, we're gonna run a pistachio farm.
I'm
a little bit of a switch.
Yeah, and I'm starting to be suspect. Because I don't like the numbers that are being thrown out as I do the math.
The state was experiencing a horrible drought, and they were able to get the land cheap. Stewart, quote, they were selling 2,500 acres of oranges and lemons and a packing house for a third of their appraised value. It was simply a place to park some money and have another opportunity. I think it paid $9 million.
So it wasn't their dream retirement thing. I mean, what are they still, like 30 at this point?
I think I paid $9 million. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember 9 or 10. It's hard to keep track of the millions.
Yeah, like it's like a backpack you bought on Craigslist. I think it was 13. I can't remember.
In 1978, they bought Telefora, a flower delivery company. Linda turned it into a very lucrative business by selling the flowers in a glass vase or a teapot or with a teddy bear or some other shit. It was said she revolutionized the flower delivery service.
Nobody ever thought of that? Oh my God.
Stupid.
Yeah. So she's like this.
So many seemingly easy ideas that made people millions of dollars.
Oh my God, you're going to sell something else with flowers?
Oh my Lord.
This woman's a genius.
I don't know how she thought of this.
Wait, a teddy bear with the flowers?
Please, let me lay down on this couch. No, get a wet rag. Oh, my Lord. I'm going to pass out. Flowers in a teapot, my two favorite things.
So now they have a parent company called Roll International.
Mm-hmm.
On November 1979, a group of Iranian students stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking more than 60 American hostages.
Mm-hmm.
President Carter imposed sanctions on Iran. Iran had long been known for producing the world's best pistachios. Very buttery, very yummy. Everybody loves an Iranian pistachio.
Is this seriously being highlighted for a reason, or you're
Yes.
just okay?
Now,
hold on.
Yeah.
So we're to the pistachios.
Yeah.
Very buttery pistachios.
Yeah, I'm going to show you. This is the Resnicks. This is the couple.
And more specifically,
They're older. I couldn't find a young.
more specifically, what made the pistachios
she's got
worth
that
so much?
kind of,
what made that business so lucrative?
Nip tuck going on. Whereas he's like, I'm aging. She's like, I'm 20 still.
not. So now pistachios can't be sold in America, right? Because there's sanctions.
Okay.
So the Resnicks saw opportunity, and with a horrendous drought that had occurred in 1976 and 1977 in California, oil companies like Mobil and Texaco were trying to
Here we
dump
go.
their pistachio and almond orchards that they own for cheap.
Okay.
These were huge 20,000 and 40,000 acre plots of land. So they bought more and more acreage through the 80s.
Stuart and Linda did. Okay.
For rock bottom prices. Droughts always made land more affordable.
And look,
In
this is
1986, they bought Franklin Mint.
This is
a commemorative.
This is oh my God, Franklin Mint. This is a common thing in capitalism, right? For you and I, when there's a depression, when there's a disaster, right? It's a bad thing. It's tough. It's hard to survive. But if you're rich, it's an opportunity because a lot of the resources, a lot of the means of production for different industries are going to be up for sale. And so you buy it while it's cheap, you hold on to it until it's not cheap, and you make money.
Coin and medallion business for $167.5 million. Linda turning it into something much bigger, diving into jewelry, dolls, model cars. Soon, the
I put some of the coins in a teapot.
But she did something.
I feel like I've
she bought.
I feel like I've heard of the Franklin Mint before, right? Don't they do those commemorative coins? Like, I feel like they sell. Do they sell coins when somebody's elected president? But they make like if you watch the commercials, it sounds like these coins are going to appreciate in value. And the thing is, the coins never really have a value. The coins aren't legal tender. They never were legal tender, and they're not a good investment. It's
At auction, Jackie Kennedy's pearls that she always wore, which
yeah, just like the fires are an opportunity for realtors. Yeah, true.
apparently fake. And she bought them at auction for $210,000. Like everyone in the world made.
This
fun
is
of her.
nuts. Yeah,
There's actually a Doers
Say,
ad
safely say that.
made about her that was like, "Did you just
Mocking
buy?
her?
Did you just buy fake pearls for $210,000?
You need a
It's time for a
Doers."
Doers."
Yeah, okay.
And then she made like fucking $50 million off of selling replicas. Like so, yeah. So they made a shit.
What up now, doers? Where are you now, doers? Huh? How about printing a retraction?
So pretty soon, annual sales of the Franklin Mint hit $1 billion.
My God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this story's taken forever to develop.
On Iran, and the Resnicks kept buying farmland. By the end of the 80s, the Resnicks had 100,000 acres. In 1987, they bought 18,000 acres from Prudential Life Insurance. Part of that was 180 acres of pomegranates.
These enormous companies just owned like huge plots, either for nuts or.
I don't know. Look, I know the oil companies had it because they wanted the oil that was under the ground, and then they're also like, why don't we also have a farm? Like, just use the land to make money.
That's cute.
I don't know why an insurance company would have a farmland. but-
All right, boys, that's 12:30 watering break. Get out there now, boys.
Get out there, get them nuts off them trees, and sell some life insurance.
Come on, guys, water the pomegranates.
So they had 180 acres of pomegranates. He was going to rip them up, but one of his workers was like, just keep them and see what happens. So
Keep them. They're like a puzzle that you can eat.
So water in California is a big deal.
Oh, no. Is this
Here we go.
Oh, shit.
And the
Dave.
way it works is a fucking mess. The state's laws were designed to settle the frontier. So there's a first guy gets the water rights rule. So the first guy to get to wherever gets to own the water.
So we have it as like the Black Friday rules, essentially.
It's fucking ridiculous. And one guy, this guy named Miller, literally went and just fucking got all the water in the state at one point. Like he just got everything. He owned like,
Yes,
all the
Troy
fucking
super
water at one
chatted $10.
So it's called
This is
senior
my
rights,
copay for
right?
today's
Those are
Spankologist APPT.
Spankologist appointment. Thank you. Yes, I'm Troy.
Senior rights.
Okay.
Most senior water rights claims are the last to be restricted during droughts. So if you have senior water rights and there's a drought on, you still get water and other people don't.
Oh, Dave.
So some farmers can still flood their fields while residents of towns like Oakeyville and East.
Who are these two jokers? I don't know. It's called the Dullop. I've been recommended this podcast. I've had people tell me this is like, apparently they have a good episode on Elon too.
Porterville have to truck in water.
But yes, thank you for the super chat. Yes, I'm Troy.
So East Porterville has no water whatsoever, and they have to truck in all their water.
Right.
Now. That's a situation there where farmers get to pump their water. Also, large urban areas would get water over many farmers. So like LA and San Francisco get water over a lot of the farmers.
Right. Okay.
But it's super complicated. In 1960, California created...
So yeah, that's the old way they used to run it, right? It used to be urban centers first.
The State Water Project, the SWP. Takes water from rivers in the north and sends it to the dry south through aqueducts, pipelines, and tunnels. You've seen that when you've driven up the 5. There's a big aqueduct. But it was never completed.
Okay.
It's supposed to deliver 4.23 million acres of water a year, but has only been able to deliver 2.4 million acres of water
by
because it's not
super
fully
chatted
done.
$10. I'm forcing my IRL bestie to join your Discord tomorrow, but she doesn't chat in live streams to cross-check her. Which mod should I let know in Discord?
Just let me just message me. Message me her like username on Discord.
Okay.
So when droughts happen, the SWP rules say water should go to urban areas first, and farms could get cut off and have to use aquifer.
Wait, so this is more of a joke, more jokey than like a less well-researched Behind the Bastards?
Well, that seems smart.
Has Behind the Bastards covered the Resnicks? I feel like that's right up Robert Evans's alley.
So Kern County, where most of the Resnick's land is, gets water, a lot of water from the SWP, and then another organization. But in 1988, the Department of Water Resources bought an aquifer along the Kern River.
Also, Narwhal, thank you for the super chat.
To store surplus water for drought years. So they bought this huge piece of land.
Okay.
And underneath is just this giant aquifer.
Okay.
And in that they're going to store water, right? Here it is.
Okay. Well, it looks very fertile.
Yeah. So it's called the Kern Water Bank.
Okay.
In plus years, you just keep dumping water in there. When there's a drought, then you can take it out. Right. Cost the
It's
state
your savings account.
It's a water savings account. If that helps, does that help?
It helps Aaron.
It cost the state $74 million.
Okay.
Which would be like $140 million today. So after a couple more droughts, Stewart, Resnick, and others were unhappy they weren't getting all the water they wanted.
Dave, I have a feeling I'm about to really not like Stuart and Linda.
Now they had junior water rights. So that's senior guys are ahead of them.
Okay.
Right? And they had to get around them. So a lawsuit was threatened against the DWR, Department of Water Resources, who has the bank.
Mm-hmm.
And it's led by Stewart. It's a coalition of guys led by Stewart. And they said the state wasn't delivering the 4.23 million acres of water it was supposed to, which is true. It's not, because it can't, because it's not fully built.
Right.
So the DWR and the coalition had a secret meeting in Monterey, California, where Stewart Resnick proposed a solution.
Oh, no.
California could give the water bank to the Westside Mutual Water Company, which is...
Oh, there we go, chat.
Stewart
Remember this?
And 5 water districts of all big ag guys.
Okay.
We're back to West Side.
By the Resnicks, and all the water districts are controlled by agribusiness, including Paramount, which is the Resnicks Farm Company. So not only is he going to get, he not only one of the 6, but then he also controls another one. So he's 2 of the 6, really. And in return, the Resnicks would give up their junior water rights, which is water that doesn't exist anyway.
So they are sacrificing.
So chat, remember talking about paper water? Paper water is the name given to water that exists only on paper. It's theoretical water that's promised, that's part of a deal, but that may not yet exist.
Nothing to get a ton.
So they're threatening to sue because they're not getting water
that they should not be getting,
exist
right?
Because it's never been built into the system.
Right.
But the system at the beginning was supposed to, like legally supposed to send that much water down.
So they're
right. saying, so from 0 to 2,
leverage.
From 0 to 2, there's actual water.
Right.
From 2 to 4, there's no water, and that's where their water comes from. So they say they'll stop the lawsuit and give up the 2 to 4 water, which doesn't exist,
right,
if the state hands over the water bank.
And who is negotiating on behalf of the state?
It's not great.
Okay. So, okay. Oh boy.
Now, so he also says the state can just pretend that the extra water exists.
This feels foolhardy.
As far as pretending extra water existed, this became known as paper water.
Where's the paper water?
What is happening?
Yes, that's right. So they've
That's
created
what origami goes in.
So they've created something called paper water, which is water that doesn't exist.
Are you about to Enron water?
Is this like futures?
Are you asshole?
But legally, it does exist.
No, it doesn't, you dick. What?
Legally, it does. On paper, it's water.
No, what?
Because you're supposed to get the 4.
Give me a piece of paper. I'll give you gold. You want some paper
You're
gold?
supposed to get the 4.2 million. So you have rights to water, even though it's not real.
You know, it's hard for you to throw out facts and then advocate for the other side. I'm like, feels like you have an evil twin. It's yourself. Okay.
So the state went for it.
Good.
And
I say we close this deal up, boys. It ain't going to get worse.
Do you see, chat, why we need judicial reform, right? Our judicial system is cooked. Our judicial system might as well be a subsidiary of Trump Industries, right? Our judiciary system is fucking illegitimate and corrupt as fuck. And yet, anytime you want to do something about what we're describing, the way that the Resnicks cornered the market on water in California, you're going to run into the legal system. You're going to run into you're going to run into some Trump-appointed judge.
And just
They're going to be like, no, that is obviously the property of the Resnicks. How dare you try to take that away from them, state of California?
The water bank, paid for by public money.
What?
Created by the public. It is now privatized. It is just given away.
What year was this?
This is 1994.
Oh, my God.
All happens behind closed doors. All deals are done behind closed doors. Governor is Wilson, Republican. Ever since that day in 1994, California has been operating as if water that does not exist is real.
Yeah, I'm like, if you're Anna Kasparian, you're looking forward to a future Republican government of California. However, this is what Republican governors in California do.
That's not
that the Democrats are that great either, but the Republicans are somehow even worse.
Because we're low already.
To make a large real estate development in California, you legally have to prove you have a water source available. So if you want to build a bunch of houses, you got to prove that there's water to go to those people.
Okay.
So now developers could just buy paper water from farmers and start building houses.
Oh, no.
On top of all this, the state agreed there would no longer be a requirement that the water be scaled back for farms during droughts.
Oh, God.
So this is that change, right? It used to be that the water went, especially like during a drought, the priority was to the urban areas. The priority was to the residential areas, right? They changed that.
Oh, God.
So it's literally the shittiest deal I've ever heard of by a state in the history of the
paper
country.
shit.
It's the worst deal ever.
It's not even real shit. It's shit on paper.
Who closed it? I mean, this
Nobody
so
fucking knows who was in the room.
The art of the deal.
Nobody knows who's in the room.
Nobody knows who was in there. They know Resnick was in there and some other guys, but we don't know who the fuck was in there.
All right, chat.
So suddenly, for some strange reason, Linda and Stuart.
With that, I gotta bid you adieu for tonight. You got further. I found somebody who's covering the wildfire currently, so I'm gonna raid you into Carolyn Kwan on Twitch. Wait, am I gonna raid you? Did I press the right button? I think I made it go away. I'm silly. There we go. Wait, I'm already rating? Oh my god, I'm so confused, chat. Hopefully this... Okay, I see. So it's on a timer now. All right, and with that, I'm also gonna mention that you've got a new video coming out if you are a Patreon of mine. So if you're a Patreon of mine, be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna send you an early release version of my next video. It is about Ethan Klein. It is about the hit piece on Hassan, and it is about Mika's Rhetoric. So be on the lookout for that. You're gonna be the first to see an early release version of that if you're on my Patreon at any level. The $5 level and higher, I give you a shout out every stream. I try to do it twice every stream. So I'm going to hit you with that shout out once again. Oral Ellipsis shouts out. Tracy Eva shouts out. Temporal Insanity shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Nadia shouts out. Moe Noe shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Hot Ham Radio shouts out. Buffy Geek shouts out. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. And yeah, I'll try to I'm going to start uploading the, I'll bounce a version of the file and start uploading it tonight. So look for that in the morning, unless you're staying up, in which case it should be, I don't know. I don't know, chat. At least by the tomorrow morning, the Patreon will get it. I'm thinking Sunday morning for YouTube. That's my projected. But again, best intentions. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, good night, everyone. Much love.
Because it was so peaceful.
And take care of each other out there. For real.